Okay, it's 6:07 p.m. the January 6th, 2022 meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Mountain View Westminster School District is called to order. Happy New Year, everybody. Will you all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Devin Conley,
Chris Jane.
Ellen Wheeler, Laura Berman, Laura Blakely. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are in attendance. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
so moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The agenda is approved unanimously. Just want to point out that
Yeah, I just put it in privacy.
oh, okay, now I can hear you.
You can hear me now? Through Zoom? All right, cool. All right, we'll just start it back over. We're good.
Okay, apologies to everybody who's listening to this. We've been having technical difficulties, but we did already call the meeting to order. We did the Pledge of Allegiance. We did the roll call. All trustees were here, and there was a motion to approve the agenda. And I wanted to let people know that because of the Brown Act, which requires 72 hours advance notice of the agenda for regular meetings, and given that Monday was a holiday and what had happened with COVID over the break, we wanted to add an agenda item to be a COVID update and safety measures. But because we didn't have 72 hours, we scheduled this instead as a special meeting, and that will take place immediately following this meeting. So just wanted to let people know what's going on there. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let the record reflect that the motion to approve the consent agenda made by Ms. Conley and seconded by Ms. Berman was approved unanimously. The next item on the agenda is communications. Do we have any members of employee organizations that would like to speak this evening? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing none. District committees, are there any members representing district committees that would like to present this evening? Please raise your hand in Zoom. Okay, seeing none, we have superintendent's comments from Dr. Rudolph.
All right, just first want to remind everybody, since it's the new year, that Spanish interpretation is available for this meeting. If you're using a Mac or PC, click on the globe at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you're using an Android or iPhone, it is in the options menu. Hay interpretación a español disponible de esta región. Si está usando una Mac o una PC, haga clic en el globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom. Si está en iPhone o Android, está en el menú de opciones. We do have a community check-in tomorrow. I'm sure we'll be talking a lot about COVID and just sort of where we are with that. And I know we have a special meeting to discuss that. And also just wanted to send a thanks to staff as well as some parents. We did 2 vaccination clinics. We'll talk about this also later on. But we did 2 vaccination clinics. We did the testing clinic. We handed out tests all over the break. And then obviously as soon as we got our tests, we were able to distribute them. And then it's sort of been an all hands on deck to do the rapid antigen testing at least today at all of our sites. So just want to send a thank you to all of them for all the hard work that they've been doing. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. The next item on the agenda is community comments. This is the time reserved for community members to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. The board and administration welcome this opportunity to listen. However, in compliance with the Brown Act, the board is not permitted to take action on non-agenda items. The speakers are requested to complete a speaker card, but we don't have to state their name for the record. If there are additional comments after 10 minutes have elapsed, this item may be continued after all the action and discussion items are completed. If there are any members of the public wishing to comment on non-agendized items right now, will you please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you're on the phone? On my screen, I'm not seeing any. Is anybody else seeing any community members? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item 5, review and discussion. And the first item in item 5, review and discussion, is the 2020-2021 preschool program self-evaluation. And I believe Ms. Kemper is speaking on that. I'm sorry, I don't have that page open here. Please go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. Let me just share my screen here. All right, can everyone see that? Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Ms.
Okay,
Kemper.
great. Thank you. So I'm happy to present to you the 2021 preschool annual self-evaluation. So in alignment with the strategic plan for high quality preschool programming helps to increase student achievement for student groups while closing gaps, ensure at least 1 year of academic growth, strengthen student engagement and well-being, and ensure all students are prepared for high school. The next few slides will be an overview of the state preschool self-evaluation process. The California Department of Education requires an annual self-evaluation from all of its subsidized early education and care programs. In 2019 and 20, the self-evaluation was not required due to COVID closures, but in 2021, a self-evaluation was again required, but it was slightly modified due to changes to programming and distance learning and COVID, but it did include collection and analysis of data from tools such as the Program Review Instrument, Desired Results Parent Survey, the Age Appropriate Environment Rating Scales, and the Desired Results Developmental Profile. And this provides, the next few slides will provide more detail on those tools. The Program Review Instrument is comprised of 20 compliance standards, and those standards dictate how we run our preschool programs. It is also used by assessors during the federal program monitoring process to make sure we're doing the things that we're supposed to be doing. Once we've completed the Program Review Instrument tool, we compile all of our data and documentation into a summary of findings report, and which includes detailed action plans and areas of non-compliance. Those standards that are included in the Program Review Instrument include areas such as parent involvement, eligibility, enrollment, attendance, recording and reporting, student assessment, state licensure, staff education, staff to child ratios, indoor and outdoor environment assessments, nutrition, health, and social services provided by our program. The Desired Results Parent Survey is an assessment of parent satisfaction with our program. The questions are provided by the CDE. The preschool staff collects the data from parents and reviews that data. And again, it's compiled into a summary of findings report where we detail action plans and goals that address challenges and ways in which we'll maintain our program strengths. The Early Childhood Environmental Rating Scale is used as an assessment of our indoor and outdoor classroom environments. And it is also a component, a major component of the quality rating and improvement system. And that is a system in which an independent assessor comes to our classrooms and our sites and gives us a rating based on the quality of our program and translates into annual grant dollars. Ordinarily, the Eckers tool data is also compiled into a summary of findings report with action plans and goals. However, due to COVID-19 and all of the changes that we had to make to our classroom environments in order to be COVID safe, Eckers was not required, and instead the CDE had providers complete survey questions, allowing us to discuss the modifications that we made to our learning environments due to the pandemic. The DRDP, or Desired Results Developmental Profile, is the assessment tool that we use with our students. It's administered twice a year in the fall and the spring, and we collect data all throughout the school year on the students through observational notes, photos, work samples, and parent input. And that parent input piece was especially important during distance learning last year when teachers were limited in the kind of information that they could collect on their students online. However, the regular DRDP tool that we use, the DRDP Essential View, typically has 29 measures, but due to COVID and the challenges of distance learning, the CDE provided us with a modified essential tool, which only had 19 measures and was a little easier to work with during distance learning conditions. The information from, or the data collected from the DRDP, again, is compiled into a summary of findings report with action plans and goals in regard to student learning. Again, the self-evaluation process is something that occurs all throughout the school year, not at any one specific point in time. The information is collected and compiled into those summaries of findings, and then all of that is compiled into a narrative. However, last year, instead of that narrative, the CDA asked providers to respond to a survey of multiple choice questions and open-ended questions to talk about how we successfully responded to the pandemic and to talk about some of the challenges in meeting the program requirements. So the next slides will be our identified strengths and action plan as part of the self-evaluation process. So in the program self-evaluation, we met 19 of the 20 standards. We had highly positive parent survey responses. A little over 90% of the parents responded, and 100% of the respondents were either satisfied or very satisfied with the preschool program. And the free response comments were centered mainly around appreciation for all the efforts that the teachers made to provide students with engaging curriculum during the pandemic and over distance learning, and the patience that they showed and their willingness to work with parents and support children under such unusual conditions. ECHRS was, of course, we weren't able to do ECHRS last year because of the pandemic, since it's an assessment of the classroom and outdoor environments, and we were in distance learning most of the time. But a lot of the protocols that are in place within ECHRS in regard to hand washing and sanitization actually came in handy and provided a great training and learning experience for our staff, so that when we did come back in the spring, we were well prepared to deal with a lot of the COVID safety measures. And then as far as the DRDP goes, a highlight was that by the spring assessment period, the goals that we had set, the learning goals that we had set for our students in the fall, we met all but one of them. This is kind of a snapshot of the DRDP, or student growth through the assessment process. And you can see in the yellow highlighted area, that was the one where we didn't quite meet our goal. Students started at 3% at integrating earlier. So what that means is in the area of math and cognition and classification, students started at integrating earlier is the highest level of development in that category, and only 3% of students were there in the fall. Our goal was for at least 30% of students to be at that highest level by the end of the school year, and we came just shy of that at 27%. However, if you look at some of the other areas here, we did make large gains in most of those areas in language development and cognition and math, with some areas as high as a 46% growth. Our action plan, our action plan included one corrective action from the program self-evaluation, and that was in the area of parent involvement. Our parent advisory committee was inactive during the 2021 school year. Our PAC meetings were overlooked amidst all the programmatic changes that were made to our program. Our corrective action was, of course, to make sure that our PAC was reactivated for this school year. So we did recruit PAC members, or identified PAC members in September, and had our first PAC meeting in October. Our next meetings for PAC will be held in January and April. next steps for our preschool program. We are preparing for our federal program monitoring in March, in which reviewers will take a look at our documentation for all of these pieces that we just talked about for our program in terms of program compliance. And so again, that's a process that occurs over the entire school year. So we're preparing for that. We're also, all of this documentation that we're doing, not just for the federal program monitoring, but just in terms of regular program operation, helps us to get ready for the next self-evaluation for this school year, which is due June 1st. We are also waiting to see or preparing for quality rating for our Graham Preschool site. Graham Preschool opened in 2019-20 and was scheduled for quality rating that spring. And of course, unfortunately, due to COVID closures, it has been postponed for the long term, and we're not quite sure when that'll resume, but we are waiting for a rating for Graham. Currently, our rating for Latham Preschool is at Tier 5, which is the highest level, quality level possible, and that's valid through 2024 when we would be reassessed. And the rating for Therakoff Preschool is also at Tier 5, which is valid through 2023. We're on a 5-year re-rating schedule. And again, these ratings translate into additional grant dollars that our program receives. And that's the conclusion of my self-evaluation presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Kemper. Trustees, questions for Ms. Kemper? Ms. Conley?
Yes, thank you, President Blakely, and thank you, Ms. Kemper, for your presentation. I know that we didn't do the traditional site review because of COVID, the ERES, or ERES. But I was curious about, in previous years, something that had come up was access to a play structure for children at the Latham Preschool site. Is that something that's still on the agenda, or something that you and your team are still looking into?
It is definitely something that our team is still looking into. In the meantime, as we're actually preparing for the ECRS process right now, we have a coach that we work with, and she helps us by kind of doing a dry run through the ECRS tool with us to let us know where some gaps might be, materials that we may need to purchase, areas that we need to meet. And in terms of the outdoor environment, we need to meet 7 areas of motor development. And so that can be a challenge on some of the play areas that we have at Latham. And however, we were licensed this year. We were able to get licensed for the play structures at both Castro and Mistral. So that might be helpful. And again, we're in the process of purchasing and filling in some gaps with some of the other materials that will be needed to meet ECRS standards. However, as a long-term, it would be good for us, we're working on ways that we can get permanent structures and playground equipment for the preschool program. So it won't be quite so challenging to meet those standards in the future.
Thank you. And I apologize for getting the acronym wrong, but you,
oh, no worries.
You knew what I was talking about, so thank you.
Ms. Berman?
So I know that our state preschool is currently offered part-time only, and I'm curious if there's what the demand is for full-time state preschool. So those parents that are going currently part-time, roughly what percentage of them pay? I know it's on a sort of a sliding scale. Pay for the full day, and is there a lot of interest in having their children attend full-time?
We do have a good number of, I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head, but we do have a good number of state preschool eligible families that do pay the fee to extend their day through our fee-based program. As in terms of a full day state preschool, it is run differently than part day state preschool. So we aren't currently contracted for we aren't currently contracted for full day state preschool. We would have to apply for that. And we would, before doing so, I think it would be important for us to take a look at everything that's required as part of the full day, full year program to see if it's financially feasible for us. It wouldn't necessarily save parents money. Parents who participate in full day, full year state preschool actually pay fees to attend. So it's not free. So we would have to look at how that might impact our families or our program, and if it actually benefits us to take on a full day, full year program.
To follow up on that question, Ms. Kemper, if we were, let's say we decided it was appropriate to seek that full day, does that make us have to shrink some of the spots? I remember before when we were starting to offer, I don't know if it's extended day or full day, the fee-based program, we were cognizant of the fact that it would take away some spots for people that maybe were doing afternoon as opposed to morning. And so I'm just wondering if we would be able to serve fewer children if we were to shift to a full day program than we're currently serving.
Right, that's correct. It would actually depend on how we went about that. My understanding is that we could apply to change some of our current part day, part year dollars into full day, full year dollars. We could also apply for new full day funding as it becomes available. But anytime we open a full day class or change a class from part day sessions to full day, it actually reduces the overall number of children that we can serve based on the number of classrooms that we have available.
Right. Okay. And is there a long waiting list for our program right now?
This has been an unusually low enrollment year for us. We are at about half our enrollment. We can typically accommodate about 200 children, and we are at 96 right now with no state preschool children on the list. We are taking walk-ins, so that number is slowly creeping up. But this is a record low enrollment year for us. And so we're guessing that COVID has a lot to do with that, and families moving out of the area. And so we're not quite sure what that enrollment will look like in the future, especially with changes to early education programs and the expansion of TK.
Right.
But we do not currently have any state preschool eligible families on the waiting list.
Thank you. Were there any other trustees that had questions for Ms. Kemper? Are there any members of I'm sorry, Ms. Wheeler, forgive me.
Yeah. So as you know, we're a board that's very interested in visiting classrooms and participating in parent events. I'm wondering if, we, amongst ourselves, we've talked about we would love to come and visit your program, just like we're visiting the elementary schools and the middle schools, all of our schools. And I'm wondering also regarding your parent group, if that would be something that, trustees could, come sit in on sometime.
In terms of visiting the program, we're always happy to have folks visit. So I'm sure that's something that we could schedule or plan. And in terms of the parent advisory committee meetings, I don't think that there's anything prohibiting trustees from observing a meeting.
Trustee Chang?
Thank you. I have a question regarding COVID testing options available for that age group. Are there any options available for testing children at that age? And then are the preschool staff, they follow the same testing procedures as the K-8 staff?
Yes, so our preschool staff are included in the weekly pooled testing, but you're correct, our students are not. My understanding right now is they are not eligible for any of the state funded or authorized testing programs that are going on right now, and the options. There's a meeting next week where the community care licensing department will be discussing testing options. So I'm hoping that they will present something new or some leads there that might allow us to have more regular testing for our preschoolers, but that it remains to be seen.
We did send home rapid tests. We did send home rapid tests this week to the preschoolers.
Yes, we did send home with all of our students rapid tests. So we're great. Parents were very grateful for that.
I'm sure they were. Are there any members of the public this evening who would like to comment on the preschool programming? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none, I will move on to trustee comments. Are there any trustees that would like to comment on this programming? Ms. Conley?
Yes, thank you, President Blakely. So, Ms. Kemper, I'd like to thank you for all of your work and your team. The parent responses were so tremendously positive, which is impressive considering the circumstances of last year. It seems like our early childhood education program is one of the largest opportunities we have to close the achievement gap in our district. So I'm very thankful that we have the program in place. I have noticed over the years, I can tell in kindergarten classes which students actually came out of the program because they come in prepared and ready to learn in kindergarten. I also am really happy to see that we have the same goal of ensuring at least 1 year's academic growth for our preschool students that we hold for our K-8 students. And that's great work that we start early and continue over the years in the future. So thank you for all of your work and the work of your team.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Trustee Ramirez?
I actually just want to echo what we just heard from Trustee Connolly. I was really excited to see the student growth data. We look at our K-8 data multiple times a year, and it's just really nice to take a look at our preschool data, especially since a lot of these students are future kindergartners. In thinking about those opportunity gaps, it's great for us to start looking at this early. So I'm hoping that at some point throughout the year that we can continue to look at this data too, so that we can learn about how to support our students and our parents with these really critical foundational skills. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I'm going to toot your horn a little bit, Ms. Kemper. You kind of, we got tier 5. And what I recall in many years past, year after year after year after year, that hardly any schools get tier 5. So to hear again that the preschools that you and your staff have put together for these young children have been rated tier 5, I'd like to call that out and thank you. Oh, I see Ms. President Blakely bringing in some show and tell things there. Okay. Go ahead.
This is the Golden Bell Award that our preschool program was awarded by the California School Boards Association several years back. And it's no surprise, Ms. Kemper, that even during COVID and remote learning, you're keeping, the high standards, and the kids are making so much progress. And the preschool program is one of the jewels of our district. And I'm so proud to, be here to support you. And I am looking forward to, continued success. And all those parents out there, if there's openings and you have preschool students, you should seriously consider this program. Thank you. Any other comments, Trustee Chang?
Thank you. We're very lucky to have such high-rated programs. Thank you, Director Kemper. I was excited to hear her say that there's going to be exploration of looking at are there options for COVID testing for that age group? Because it definitely is on my mind that that's our one age group that is unable to get vaccinated. So there are, if I can imagine for our parents of our preschoolers, they are all the more nervous about what's going on than those of us who have school-age children. So if an option is available to provide testing, and even if it's not a state-funded option, I hope we as a district will use our resources to make that possible to protect of this particularly vulnerable group.
You're here. Any further comments, trustees? Okay, well, thank you so much, Ms. Kemper, for presenting on the program and for doing all the excellent work that you and your staff do.
Thank you for the opportunity to share a little bit about our program. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, so before we move on to the next review and discussion item, which is on security camera community feedback and board policy, I wanted to let people know that despite the fact that I said as soon as this regular meeting ends, we would roll into the special meeting to discuss COVID safety precautions, we have since heard from our council that says that no, we have to wait until 9 p.m. to start that next meeting. So apologies for the misinformation, but we will be starting that meeting very promptly right at 9 o'clock, assuming we're done with the regular meeting by then. All right, so the next item on our agenda is security camera and community feedback and board policy, and Dr. Westover will be presenting.
Good evening, trustees, and Happy New Year. This evening, I'll be presenting on the feedback that we received from the community. A few months ago, we presented the feedback process that we were going through. So today I'll present a summary of that feedback as well as a potential board policy that the board may adopt at the following board meeting. So some of our guiding principles are Strategic Plan 2027. We have equitable distribution of resources that support student success, and we ensure that our facility and resources equitably serve all students. Our master facility plan was approved in December 2019, and it prioritized the work of Measure T. The MFP listed security cameras as a priority 1 item at all of our sites. And security cameras are really a deterrent to destructive activities and can help us identify perpetrators. So I wanted to start with a summary of the feedback that we received. So we received feedback both from the public and the school community, advertised in a multitude of different ways. If the board remembers from a couple of months ago, sending out postcards, social media, marquee signs, school newsletters, wanting to make sure the community knew that this was happening. Some general feedback from the community, questions around use, storage of data, and who has access to the footage, questions about when the cameras would be operational and if they would use audio. There was a strong desire to stop the graffiti and destruction occurring during the day on the middle school campuses. And we also had a question about using AI to detect guns. Some highlights of the site feedback: when and where will the cameras be operational? When will the video be monitored or only viewed after an incident? Who would have access to the footage? When will the video footage be released to other agencies outside of the district, for example, ICE, MVPD, or to neighbors? There is also a question about how will the footage be stored and will outside companies have access to it? And some felt that it would be an added measure of security and were requesting that we could put them in more quickly. There was also questions around what the signage would actually look like and where it would be placed. So to talk through some of the past concerns that we've had with incidences on campus, we've had unauthorized access of classrooms after hours by adults and teenagers. We've had racial epithets at Graham, MI, Bub, and Montaloma. Break-ins at Castro where individuals engaged in inappropriate behavior, homeless sleeping in classrooms, theft of electronic devices, property destruction at sites, including broken windows and graffiti. And then recently, the district has seen an increase in racist graffiti. And this is really disappointing given that school staff right now is working to work with students to deal with COVID and everything that's been going on this year. And a lot of their attention, or some of their attention at least, has been turned away from what's happening at the school sites and with students to dealing with graffiti. So we've had 5 major reported incidences of graffiti and school damage to property since September. These are some of the examples of what we've been managing this year. Other local districts that also have cameras in place: MVLA, Palo Alto, Santa Clara Unified, and Eastside Union. I wanted to talk a little bit about the project or process overview for individuals. Maybe they haven't been following the board meetings as closely. So the purpose of the security camera project is to deter destructive activities on campus. The cameras are intended to monitor public areas and parking lots, and they won't be placed in areas where staff and students have a reasonable expectation of privacy. So for example, places like locker rooms and restrooms. The cameras will have audio capabilities turned off to comply with the law, and the cameras will not be actively monitored unless there's an emergency situation that necessitates it. And then when footage is accessed, a log will be created and only authorized users will be allowed to access the footage. The security camera project has been in the planning stages since 2019 with public input points along the way. The overall estimated project cost is about $3 million. The master facility plan had a number of input points. So in October of 2019, the school district gathered school and community feedback. The board also saw the master facility plan in November and then approved it in December. And we also reviewed projects that were part of Measure T. So we had the project list that was based off the MFP, and then the project list came back to the board on several occasions to be updated or to report out on the project, on the progress of all the projects. And all of these meetings were open to the public. So for this year, where are we at with the security camera process? On June 17th, the board approved a security consultant, Paladin, to help the district with the process of placement of cameras, security of data, and selection of software. On October 21st, the board reviewed the community feedback process and outreach. And then today, January 6th, you're receiving a summary of the feedback received, a proposed board policy, and then we're hoping you'll give us some direction for the administrative regulations. During the next board meeting, we'll bring back the board policy and possible administrative regulations for approval. In late spring, we'll present the procedures based on the adopted board policy and administrative regulations. And then we'll also present schematic design, cost, timeline, and budget of the project prior to commencing. And the goal is to install the cameras during summer of 2022. So right now where we're at, the next step in this process is using the feedback collected from the community to inform the review of the proposed board policy. And then the board is to consider adoption of the policy at our next meeting. And then for the public that may not be aware of what a board policy is, it's a guide for action adopted by the board to address a specific issue. And the policy tells what the board wants done and why the board wants it done. The policy is not a detailed protocol or restatements of state or federal law. An administrative regulation are implementation plans that may tell how something is to be done, who is to do it, and when it's to be done. So these are more specific, and the superintendent uses the regulations to carry out the intentions expressed in the policy. It's important to note that the AR is not an operational manual or a job description. So I have a summary of the proposed board policy, and attached to the board packet today is the full proposed board policy. This board policy was informed by language from CSBA, the California School Boards Association, and the district's legal counsel. So the goal is for campus security and authorizes the use of video for that purpose. It states that the cameras shall not be placed in areas where students, staff, or community members have reasonable expectation of privacy, and that all the audio capabilities be turned off or disabled. It also states that the superintendent or designee shall ensure that signs are posted at conspicuous locations at affected school buildings and grounds, meaning that when somebody walks on our campus, they'll know that we have security cameras. Additionally, we'll provide written notice to students and parents and guardians about our security camera system, and it will only be viewed by authorized district personnel as necessary. That the district may rely on the images obtained by the security cameras in connection with the enforcement of board policy, administrative regulations, campus rules, and other applicable laws. So the direction we need from the board: is this board policy sufficient to provide intent and direction for the development of the AR and security camera procedures? And are there areas of the board policy that need further board discussion? And do you have other feedback or thoughts for us?
Thank you, Dr. Westover. Trustees, do you have any questions for Dr. Westover?
Go ahead.
Trustee Chang?
Thank you for that presentation. Just one question about, is there any more information on the retention policy for how long the video files will be kept?
So that's partially what we will be working on now, based on kind of the board feedback.
Other questions, trustees?
I mean, I think some of my questions may be answered in our discussion, actually, but a lot of the community questions that were posed were questions that I have as well about, you know, do outside agencies have access to the video? Will the cameras be capturing video of private residences at all, incidentally? Things like that. But it sounds like, because that's part of the AR,
want to
it's
go
what
ahead
we're
and
gonna be
ask those.
discussing.
You want to go ahead and ask those so we can answer them?
Sure.
Oh, go ahead and ask them. All right. Well, there you go. Will we be capturing video of private residences?
No, we will not.
Okay. And then how much of our part of the field space will actually be covered by the surveillance cameras versus the play structures and the school structures?
The majority of our security cameras are all focused on our school buildings. There are some cameras that might catch a view of the field, but the intent is not to have surveillance on the field. So we wouldn't be able, for example, to identify individuals on the field, but if they walked on the field, we would know somebody was there.
Okay, so we won't, so the play structures are kind of in between that. And I'm asking because at Mistral, a couple of years ago, we had kids who were tagging the play structure.
So the board could, when we bring back the schematic designs, if the board had a desire to place a camera near certain places that they feel like are high traffic, then we could identify and place a camera in that area so that it would capture it.
Okay.
But our intent is not to, is really to focus on the main structures that cost the most money.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we can add a camera to do it. And at least at Mistral, the cameras are close and the building is close enough to the actual camera that it would capture some of that.
Okay.
But we can adjust the line of sight and expand it to make sure that it's captured if that's what the board desires.
And I mean, I'm ambivalent about whether or not we should be have video cameras on the play structures, but it is a place where issues have occurred. And then another question that was brought up by the community was, what other agencies will we share this video information with? Like the Mountain View Police Department, for example, and what might those circumstances be?
So CSBA policy and state law, actually, someone from the district office would have to be there and it'll have to be requested. So, and I'll just use my experience in 3 other states. So oftentimes is when a crime is committed and you are required, you're reporting it to the police. And then because you're reporting it to the police, you're then taking them there and saying, this is the crime that I'm reporting and I want to show it to you. But the police would have to they would have to actually subpoena the actual information in order for you to get it there. And then they have to demonstrate that there is a legitimate reason for them to get it if you're not offering it to them. Because the Federal Education Rights and Privacy Act actually forbids us from providing that information out.
Okay, so it would be under subpoena.
Yes.
We would never offer it to them without a subpoena. Is that?
We would only offer it to them if we're reporting the crime. So worst case scenario, right? There was somebody was physically accosted, right? I don't want to say somebody was shot, but somebody was physically accosted on grounds and we're reporting it, right, then we would actually show them that so that they could go capture the assailant. But it wouldn't be like we would have to be the agency to say, we have this crime that we're trying to report or trying to solve. Or if there was a break-in, we would do that if we're trying to capture somebody, if we couldn't capture them ourselves. But it's always us having to release the information. It is never that the police have access to it, nor does anybody else have access to it.
And, you know, my understanding is our school district does not share information with ICE.
No, we don't.
And then just a small kind of question note, something that, you know, I meant to bring up with the last time we talked about this topic, but anytime we talk about individuals who are unhoused, I hope that in our materials, instead of saying homeless, we can actually talk about people who are unhoused or individuals who are homeless, but we're acknowledging that those are people instead of just labeling individuals as homeless.
Absolutely no problem.
Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I'm struggling with this. Some of the photos that you showed and that were made a big deal in the Montaloma neighborhood a couple months ago was graffiti in the bathroom by the park. So do we have a camera usage idea of how we would capture that kind of thing?
So that bathroom is actually maintained by the city. So if the board has an interest, you could place a camera to capture that particular area. However, it will not go actually in the restroom. So that would be a decision that the board would have to make, and you would have to do the same at every single site that we're installing bathrooms this summer, as well as the sites that have a bathroom. So that would be so like at Crittenden, you would have to make a strategic choice, and I don't think there's something close enough, but you would have to make the choice to actually place a camera out there in order to monitor it. But currently, those are all maintained and monitored by the city.
So I would think it'd be useful to be able to determine who was near one of those restrooms at a time, near a time when we knew that graffiti had happened.
Right. So that if the board has a desire to actually place cameras in areas like that, or to, sort of view it, then you could. I can't attest to what the range would be because you're coming from the actual building, but you could place a camera that could, again, it's similar to what the light maps look like, right? So we'll show you, here's what the camera is, and this is sort of what his line of sight is. And so the board could make a determination that, yes, we have an interest in making sure that structures like these are actually maintained and monitored. And it could be that you make the decision to make, like, even the storage structures, which sometimes get vandalized. You could make a decision to say, we have an interest to monitor all storage containers and all buildings on our property, and then we would adjust based off of there.
Trustee Berman?
So, hi, Dr. Westover. So I think you may have mentioned this in your presentation to the community, but are these cameras filming, there's a term for it, just sort of nonstop, or are they motion sensor to start recording when there's, someone who comes by, and how long would we keep the footage?
So right now, the intent is to have them running 24 hours a day, because we know that some of our issues happen at night, over the weekends when there's not individuals on campus. And then sometimes it happens during the day. So the intent would be to have them running 24 hours a day. In terms of retention, which is pretty, reading other school districts' policies, what seems fairly common is 30 days.
And typically these are motion detected. So in order to maintain the amount of storage that if you were to run it 24/7, we don't have enough storage to do that. And so most of the systems are only triggered once a motion is detected.
And if the default was, say, 30 days, that we would typically retain it and then tape over whatever, erase it and start over, would we have the ability to retain the footage regarding specific incidents that were of concern for longer? Okay.
So just speaking from my own experience, so typically if you identify an incident, you can download it and save it in that particular instance, and then you go from there.
Thank you. Any other Trustee Conley?
Sorry, I have one more question. So something that we saw earlier this school year was a TikTok campaign encouraging vandalism at schools, and it kind of had like a checklist of what you do each month. It runs all the way through June, and February has got mess up school signs as one of the things to go and do. Have we heard of any other kind of viral campaigns like this that are going around? I know superintendents share information like that, or the County Office of Education might have information when something gets popularized.
Yeah, we had one that we sent out in all 3 districts, sent out a notice for, I think, right before the break, or maybe right before Thanksgiving. But I haven't heard of anything else since then, outside of the one that you're referencing.
Thank you.
Were there any members of the public listening this evening who would like to comment on the security camera feedback and board policy? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone if you're dialed in. Okay, I'm not seeing any members of the public who wish to comment on this. So trustees, Trustee Chang?
Thank you. And when the earlier question about the retention policy, I think 30 days sounds about. I think that I trust that the lowest that's still operationally useful to administrators sounds like the right approach. So like if it's too short, then I trust our site staff to kind of know how much they need to know before it's too short. They won't even get to it in time. Regarding this policy, there's one area I feel like we could look at, and I think that actually the community would probably want to chime in on this one, and that's regarding biometric tracking. So a lot of camera policies that are in other districts were drafted quite a few years back, and ours looks very similar to the policy that's in place in Policy Unified in other places. But a lot of districts aren't considering that the future of future cameras isn't in the camera hardware, it's in the software. And in this time where everyone's wearing masks, cameras themselves are increasingly not that useful, right? It's very hard to tell who's doing anything. We see all these shoplifting happening in the city. All that's caught on camera doesn't deter anyone, or people stealing packages in front of people's houses. Everyone's house is a camera, doesn't stop anyone. But biometric data used in a lot of countries is pretty compelling. And I, on one level, feel like that's actually one piece of software that would help make this data useful for us to figure out if somebody does graffiti and they're masked. Biometric data, actually, what I mean by metric data is like a lot of countries, they track your gait, how you walk. So both in Europe and parts of Asia, they're able to identify by how you walk. They can tag and ID who that person is. And if that person comes up and shows up again, they know who it is. And it's very hard to modify that versus your face. It's so easy for that to be obscured. And while I think that biometric data would be actually really helpful in a security standpoint, I recognize it's such a new field for us as a community that I wouldn't even know where to go as a policy without knowing what the community thinks about that. And I don't think the community would know to even ask that if we don't think about talking to them about that. On a separate level, it's also an issue about technology. There's a company down the street on Terabella. I think a lot of you guys might have seen the product of a Nightscope. Nightscope makes those robots you see in the mall that look like they kind of look like a traffic dome. I don't know if you guys look at, or they look like Eva in what's that Pixar movie? WALL-E. It looks like Eva and WALL-E, and that's a local company. It's on Terabella. It's interesting. They just started partnering as a school district in Colorado. And the history of that local Mountain View company is it was founded in 2013 because of Sandy Hook. So while it's taken all this time for them to actually roll out a test site in a school, the company was founded because they wanted to use technology in the form of robots to secure schools. So I'm a little nervous about how big this price tag is of $3 million. If we're just talking simple cameras, I mean, that's almost $250,000, actually more than $250,000 per school site. So if we were thinking of 3 million and it was actually talking about some things that are beyond just cameras, I think that would be worth it, whether it be things like the security robots, as our local company is doing, or looking at biometric data in line with what the community is comfortable with. But just cameras for 3 million, I feel like we're not going to get security out of that. I think a lot of kids will just do what they want to do, even if we have cameras in place.
Trustee Conley.
Thank you, President Blakely. I think we have a responsibility here in balancing privacy rights of individuals with the kind of fiscal property maintenance of the district business. And I'm not interested in violating personal rights, especially if the public, as they use, let's say, for example, our fields over the weekends. So I think the least amount we can do and yet accomplish our goals of protecting the physical campus, we should do. Now, when it comes to something like biometrics, for example, I think that is a technology that we have a lot to learn about, but also sounds like it could very easily make some people very anxious about personal privacy. And one of the benefits of our relationship with the city government and the Mountain View Police Department is that if we do have an instance where we have something that has happened on a campus and we have this video recording of it, we can work with our police department, who have skilled investigators who do this work, who, yes, you can identify somebody's gait using big data, but you can also do kind of old-fashioned investigation on a case-by-case basis, which might be appropriate for the scale of what we're talking about here. I think the world we live in has changed enough that the school site vandalism and issues on the campus is even more pressing now than when the recommendations from the school sites were first put forward for the master facilities plan. So I'm glad that there was foresight then to plan for this, and that we are seeing through that master facilities plan that we created. $3 million is a lot of money, but this is about setting up all of the wiring, not just the cameras themselves, but how do we get electricity to them? How do we fund the storage of it? How do we coordinate all of our different systems together? So there's this kind of sunk infrastructure cost that comes with creating a system. And, we said we were going to bite the bullet when we did the master facilities plan, and I'm glad that we're seeing that through.
Thank you, Trustee Conley. Any other trustees with comments? I'm sorry, Trustee Berman.
This was just sort of a quick comment. I was looking over the draft policy and it looks good, and it does look very similar to other policies that exist at other districts. I just made a quick note on a section that says these signs shall inform students, staff, and visitors that surveillance may occur, and shall state whether the district system is actively monitored by the school personnel. So it sort of was pretty vague on whether it is or it isn't. And I just saw this other wording on a different policy where it says, these signs shall state that the facility uses video surveillance equipment for security purposes, and that the equipment may or may not be actively monitored at any time. So just similar language, but I thought that little tweak, just as a comment, might sort of answer the question. So it just leaves it out that it may be monitored or it may not. So I just wanted to offer that, if that
Sure.
makes sense.
Sorry, Trustee Berman. I want to make sure that I have this properly, that it may, I was trying to find it in the policy as you were speaking. So it may or may not. Is that correct?
Right. So the one that I found was these signs shall state that the facility uses video surveillance equipment for security purposes and that the equipment may or may not be actively monitored at any time.
Which would preserve some flexibility.
That's right.
Perfect. Thank you.
I was actually going to ask a question about that. Trustee Chang's comments prompted a question. Is it possible, like if you had received some kind of alert, like there's something going on at EMI, can you monitor that from your residence, or do we have to physically be on the campus, the authorized person in order to review the footage?
I mean, it's been a while since I've used any of these systems, but most of the time you have to go into the actual location. But we're talking about the difference of 7 years, right? So I don't know where the technology is today compared to the last time that I've used one of these systems. I would assume that it's probably capable. I don't know if anybody wants to have access to that, but I mean, I have the alarm system enabled on my phone. So, I mean, I'm sure it's possible.
Okay. I was just thinking, I don't know, Dr. Westover, you look like you might have some additional comment on that. No?
Yeah, it depends how we choose to set it up, but it is possible that you could access it, for example, from the district office. It wouldn't be readily available, but we could allow Dr. Rudolph, for example, to be able to monitor MI.
Okay, I was just wondering, like, if there was an incident on campus and there was some concern about potential violence or something, that you might not want to go there in order to look at it. But hopefully that is just not the case. Worst case scenario. I like the fact that there's the deterrent piece of it. I think especially for sort of harmless pranks, whatever, graffiti, and I'm not trying to indicate that racist graffiti is harmless, but by things that are damage that's perpetrated by students and youth, which is some of what we think that we've seen in our schools, that the deterrent effect would be helpful. Just, oh, they might catch it, maybe I'm not going to do it. So I hope that's the case. And as far as the number of days that we retain it, 30 sounds easy. I don't know, as I was sitting there thinking about it as a practical matter, probably 21 days is enough. And I was thinking like the break, like a 2-week break over the holiday period. We're going to know pretty soon, like within a week after that, what if there was some damage. I don't have a problem with 30, but I would also entertain like 21 or something like that, if that makes sense. So I appreciate the thought that's gone into this. It looks like Trustee Conley also has some additional comments.
You reminded me, and I am just never going to forget this experience, but when we had the bomb and shooting threat against one of our elementary schools, texting with the superintendent at midnight, because he was going to go check out the campus by himself, but the police were on their way, but he might get there before them. Like, unfortunately, we have already had an experience where this could have been a technology that kept community members safe to begin with. And it's awful that we have had that type of threat leveled against an elementary school, and other schools in our area have experienced those threats. But if it means, being able to, when we do get a threat, being able to go back through and monitor and see if anything has been left at a campus, it's worth the money right there. It's worth the money right there.
I agree. And although $3 million sounds like a big price tag, and it is a big price tag, but when you divide it among the number of campuses, it somehow or another sounds 300,000 per campus. It seems more reasonable to me. It doesn't shock my conscience. Trustee Chang?
Thank you. One constituency that'd be interesting to hear from is, or not for us to hear from, but for the administration to talk to, is school site administrators on, is there any way where would these cameras be anything that could help with them have more efficient yard coverage? Or are there ways where, like, if these cameras, like often in a school site, sometimes there's parts of a playground that it's not easily supervised, and then those are places kids can't play and things like that. And I didn't know if whether it be in the daytime, if cameras can actually assist in helping schools in their supervision duties, and then when, on the flip side, and after hours, are there situations where administrators would want to have some type of mobile access? So if like an alarm went off or something, where they could, instead of having to put on their clothes and drive to the school site, if they could just phone in. Related to that is that I know in some countries, this might sound too like Orwellian, but then recognizing that we cannot record audio, some countries do have speakers on their microphones so that they can speak. So if it's a situation going on live, that speak on the camera, they can notify the people that, like, hey, like we see that you're doing something, please stop. Or if we don't want to have that kind of interactivity, there's even ability to do motion detection after certain hours. So if this is like the bathroom, if this is like a place where you're getting graffiti, and like if it's at a certain hour, it could do a gentle notification that, like, you have entered a recorded zone. I think that could actually deter a lot of people. I think that just something that's more interactive than just passive recording, I think, is needed to kind of cause people to think twice before doing something, because they're so used to being recorded. I feel like that's become a passive restraint.
Perhaps worth looking into. I think for students that my sense is that the deterrent effect will be very helpful. Any further questions, trustees? Did you get the information that you were looking for, Dr. Westover?
I did, thank you.
Thank you. Hope you have a good evening.
You too.
So we will now move on to item C, which is prioritize the topic and goals for the upcoming board retreat. And I believe that was an item for us to discuss amongst ourselves if anybody had agenda items that they were hoping we would address at our retreat, which is looking like it will be March 19th. Do I have that right?
I think so, but I'll double check the dates.
Okay.
I know you asked if there were any other dates that were possible, so.
Okay, that was the one that it seemed that came back. I believe it's March 19th. I'd have to double check whatever that last Saturday in March was, but I would love to pin that down so that we don't book over, because we're all busy in scheduling things. So did anybody have items that they were hoping to see addressed on the retreat agenda, Trustee Conley?
Something that we did for the first time this last fall, and I'd love to see it just come back kind of on a regular basis, would be the governance calendar. It was incredibly helpful to see everything laid out that was upcoming. So trustees had an idea of, especially if there were certain things that, you'd been waiting for on the agenda, it kind of gave you an idea of a ballpark of when they would appear. So if that's something, I don't think it needs to be a huge topic, but if that's something that could be included, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful too. Trustee Berman?
At our last retreat, we looked at our board policies. I think we were putting together the handbook. There were some final touches. I know there's something in it that I need to add as well. So I think it would be a good way to just circle back and make sure we wrap that up. And so if we can include that, we think that'd be a nice way to make sure we close that item out.
I think that's a good idea as well. Trustee Chang?
One thing that I'd be interested in seeing if the board would be interested in discussing is, especially for us new or returning board members, of little review of the process on how we set goals as a board. I recognize now, when I look back to how the district, how the board used to set goals and how we do it now, there's a difference. And I think that I have no opinion at this moment of whether what's right or wrong, but I would welcome hearing a little more about, what is the process on how the board sets goals for the year for the superintendent, and kind of written in district on because it is very different from how it's done in the past. So I think a discussion item on kind of how board goals go, annual goals that is, I would welcome that.
Trustee Conley?
Can I ask Trustee Chang, are you referring to, so in more recent years, we've used the strategic plan to drive the goal setting from trustees. Is that what you're referring to?
That would be definitely something I would like to learn more about, so I can be a more effective team player on that. I recognize that, it's very different from what the city council does, and very different from what previous boards have done in our school district, of where, so I guess I don't mean to have an opinion on it, other than just that, like, a discussion, so we can learn the evolution of how goals are set. Because it is, I speak for myself, that it's something I would welcome learning more about.
Okay, in my time on the board, we've used the master plan to be the sort of guide, and then like which ones do we want to drill down and prioritize for that year, and that would be what I would anticipate doing again, without overloading the staff's plate, because we have a tendency to go a little crazy and not to add too many priorities, and then you can't pay attention to enough attention to the key ones. Dr. Rudolph?
Yeah, I think in the first years that I was here, the board sometimes will have goals that were outside of the strategic plan. So I want to say science. There was one goal a couple years ago around science and math, and it wasn't necessarily incorporated, but it was. And then I think there was one on, it was an early learning language, but actually that was in the strategic plan. So when we first got here, the goals were set before the actual strategic plan was sort of finalized. But these were goals that the board sort of wanted to be captured in there. And then as it evolved, we started to realize that the goals that the board has set really should have been embedded in the strategic plan. And so this time we did a different strategic planning process to make sure that sort of that years that the board had were sort of captured within the strategic plan, so that the goals didn't seem like this was a one-off this year and the strategic plan, like that the two were competing against each other, right? Because the goals that were set tend to be the focus of the district. And then all the strategic plan items were getting done, but we spent a lot more time focused on these. And so we spent a lot of time, like 1 year's worth of growth is another example, right? That focus was there, but now it's embedded in, like, it's an expectation that is a part of improving student performance. 1 year's worth of growth is a part of it. And RTI, would have been brought in. That's how the science goal was eventually accomplished, would have been brought in. So it was just an evolution of, like, we're doing these goals and trying to capture the things that weren't captured in the strategic plan. And now the strategic plan is a lot more, it's a lot bigger. And so it gives the board a lot more leeway to choose within those particular goals where they want to prioritize something on any given year, so that it doesn't feel like a one-off to the board, and doesn't feel like a one-off to the board. Because I think in one of those years, like, there had to be a conscious decision: do we want to keep this goal going? When it should have been, this is just the expectation that we have. And I want to say that 1 year's worth of growth may have been that one that we kept it for 2 years, and then it was like, well, wait a minute, this is what we sort of expect. So it just needs to be a part of everything that we do. So I want to say that that's sort of the evolution. I hope that sort of helps.
That was very helpful. I think that there was a lot I learned just right there. And I think that having the agendized item, or just having a place to talk about, I think makes us a more effective board. As a publicly elected body, I think it's useful for all of us to kind of remind ourselves of, like, what's the way this community body makes decisions. It's good for us. It's good for, I know we don't report it, but it's just public. It's good for, I think, to revisit that, especially for us new members.
I can picture in my head right now the slide from last year that lays out the LCAP and the strategic plan and how that boils down to the board goals. So it's something that we do try to be really concrete and specific in explaining to the public how these goals are developed. We're not pulling them out of our hats. They aren't one-off politically motivated things from individual trustees. They are tied to the strategic work of the district that has come from the community members, the school sites, as well as from the board. And so it's a very purposeful and I think a really powerful tool to be able to set those goals as a board.
So in terms of the goal setting, I would like to look at the strategic plan and then figure out which goals we're going to drill down and really promote. It's not to set the other ones aside, but the ones that we're really going to emphasize for the following school year. That would be something that I would hope and expect that we would work on at the retreat. And I personally would also like to, and this may be part of the board policies and handbook that Trustee Berman mentioned, but look at our norms again and kind of like all touch base and reaffirm them or modify them as appropriate. But I would like to make sure that we're all kind of marching to the same drummer. So were there any other items that trustees wanted to discuss at the board meeting, at the retreat? Trustee Berman?
So as we kind of get to sort of the middle of the year, is this a time when we would talk about, I don't think so since it's out in March, but our superintendent's mid-year evaluation?
It's going to be a little late.
Seems like is this one that would happen
It's a closed session item, yeah.
that day?
It tends to be, yeah.
Okay,
Normally it's a little bit earlier, but yeah, it's normally
okay.
included there.
As appropriate, we could schedule a closed session to kind of like do some pre-work for it if it makes sense, just given that we're pushing out so far into the year. Yeah, Trustee Chang.
A kind of a procedural request. Given that the retreats are a little more casual than recorded, so I think less technology setup is needed. I was wondering if we could do that at a school site. And like, I know we don't have that many retreats, but I think like this, if it's because they usually happen on a weekend, right? So there's not people there. And if it's too much on the administration, I'll withdraw it. But I think it would be nice to kind of get ourselves in the community sometimes. I'll just put that out there.
Okay, thank you.
It's just us in a room, talking basically.
Yeah, I think the last 2 retreats, maybe 3, because it's all blended together, have been completely remote.
Right.
And people have been able to call in. So we have to figure out a way to make it accessible. So I think that's just a conversation to have to the public. So
I much prefer meeting live if we can.
Okay.
Personally, it's Zoom fatigue. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah. So this is live and no one is here other than us.
Right.
And I don't anticipate that being changed by the time we have our retreat. If it is, what I'm about to say, you can throw it out the window. But if it's like it is now, it doesn't matter where it is. It wouldn't be important to have it at a school because no one would be there except us. So, I think if in other years when, members of the public did actually come to these things, then the site matters where it is. But if it's like this, I don't see the purpose of, having it at the school.
I personally don't really see the purpose of having it at a school in the first place. When we were having it at schools was when the district office was being rebuilt, or like one year we had it when it was over here in the lunchroom at the temporary site, and we had a couple at Crittenden and maybe Graham in their technology centers, but I would envision us more spread out around. I mean, I think it's fine. I don't care where we do it, but I'd rather not sit in this formal row. I'd rather have tables spread out around the room and have us kind of more in a circle. But we'll cross that bridge. Trustee Conley?
I was just going to say, whatever, my assumption, given the current state of affairs, is like Trustee Wheeler, that we will be in a format where we may be in person, but the public will be participating virtually. And so whatever gives the public the best access in that situation, I think is what we should lean towards. I know we won't be recording that, but it will still be available on Zoom. And if people want to watch, then I think that's fine.
Well, if it's fine and it's legally required, I personally look at it more as a time for us to pull together and synchronize. But of course, we're a public body, public agency, and the public is welcome. But I feel like this is more for us to pull together than really for the public. Trustee Berman.
So I'll just add that I'm also flexible on where we meet. It just seems like meeting here was probably the easiest thing to do. And probably, since we know the setup and we know how to set the meeting up and bring the public in virtually. So I have a sense that this is probably the better scenario for that retreat. But I'm flexible also.
Perhaps we should leave it to Dr. Rudolph and the technology staff to figure out what makes the most sense.
I know, just a quick question. I know in years past, or at least in the last meeting, the board underwent sort of a self-evaluation that Dr. Gorman sort of facilitated. I don't know if y'all want to add that also to it. It was a real good conversation, I thought. But I don't know if that's annually on there or if that's something that you want also on there.
As a governance tool, I've seen some boards do it like every other year, every third year, and some do it every year. I think it's a good governance tool. What opinions do the rest of you have?
Of course, I have an opinion. I think annually is great. It did take us an entire meeting to get through. So I think there's a lot of work that has to happen at this board retreat that there might not be time to do both. But having that as our fall retreat, I really enjoyed this year because we really dove deep. But I don't think we should do it every retreat. I think once a year I'm comfortable with once a year if other trustees are.
Trustee Chang and then Trustee Berman.
I had a question if that retreat will be like externally facilitated or is it going to be kind of just us? I will have a preference. I would prefer, I trust our President Blakely to kind of do casual facilitation. I know that we've had a few retreats where we have outside facilitators. Do we know yet if there's, I guess it's up to us, right? But is there a preference here?
Each president has had a different approach to it. And so typically the president tells me sort of what their desire is. And in some cases, who their desire is. And then that's where we went. And we've done it every single way since I've been here. But the people who tend to, there are three main facilitators, I think we would say, even though we've had a couple more. But typically, it's either Greg Dennis, Pete Gorman, or Tara Finders. And it really just depends on who the president is. There's been a couple other people. Bill Attia has done a couple. I've done one. Each president, I just follow the president's cue, depending on what they want. So, but that's ultimately up to y'all. So I can say it's been done every which way.
I personally find it helpful to have somebody here, at least for a portion of it, maybe not for the whole thing, depending on which the topics are. But we can take that under consideration. I don't know, Trustee Berman, you were going to say something.
No, I was thinking about the board self-evaluation and whether or not we wanted to spend time thinking about it. And since I haven't been through the process more than that one time, I wonder if there is sort of a benefit to having an opportunity to look at that. Maybe it's on our own, maybe it's some sort of written reflection, just sort of to think about what we're doing well and maybe what could be an opportunity to do better. And because my hunch is that if we just look at it once a year, that there's not that sort of midpoint check-in to sort of make tweaks or make improvements, even if it's just like a self-reflection for myself of how can I how can I be part of this board and do a better job of, meeting that goal? So I wonder if there's an opportunity to look at that without spending so much time on it. Either just, having it as I prep for that retreat and giving myself sort of a rating or just my own reflection on it. Because I remember that it did take a really long time. So I know we don't want to spend that much time on it either.
Right.
But for myself, I wonder if I will make a more informed decision next year whether this is good for just a once a year thing or just an opportunity to check back on it. I think just going through the process would help me personally.
I just have a question and then I'll get to Trustee Conley. I remember doing it, but I don't remember when we did it. Did we do it
It was
a
in the
year
fall.
ago or was it last
It was this fall.
fall? Okay.
It feels like it was 10 years ago. So I have two suggestions. And President Blakely, it's totally up to you to just do whatever you want with them because I really trust your judgment on however you want to facilitate the meeting. One is that if as you're looking at possible board policies for us to review and kind of sync ourselves around, you could possibly look at the self-evaluation we did and pull if there are a couple of relevant questions that tie into the board policies that you want to review that help us reflect on our compliance or our success with those board policies. That might be one way to go about organizing that. So it incorporates a little bit of that mid-year check, Trustee Berman. And then the other thing that was, it was important to me to have a facilitator for the retreats because it, at the end of the day, we are all just individual trustees, but our power as a group lies in the majority, right? And so having a facilitator allows the board president to participate as a full trustee instead of having to manage the meeting. And also kind of levels the playing field across all of the trustees in terms of our engagement during the meeting. So I have appreciated that facilitation. I've been fortunate as long as I've been on the board, we've had somebody to facilitate every single retreat that we've done. And it's just been a very structured, but engaging and participatory opportunity for trustees as a result.
Thank you for that input. Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, I agree with what Trustee Conley said about the value of a facilitator versus the board president leading it.
I concur. Any further thoughts? Should we take a quick bio break since we have over an hour before the next meeting? We have two more items to address. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and then we'll come back and address the next item D? Okay, at 7:49, the meeting is called back to order. And we will move on to item 5D under review and discussion, which is a letter to the city council. The topic is a letter to the city council regarding school resource officers.
So this is an opportunity for the board to discuss your position about where you are in support of school resource officers on the school resource officer program for Mountain View Police Department. It provides you the opportunity to provide us with direction in terms of what to write. So this letter would actually come from the board as opposed to previously the letters have come from me.
And my understanding is that the city council was going to discuss this topic like in November, December, but they deferred it until, I'm not sure if it's agendized yet, but like January,
Yes.
early February.
It is agendized. Chief Chris just sent me, and of course I spoke with Kimber about this also. Where is it? Okay, it is agendized for January 25th.
25th, okay. And Dr. Rudolph had previously written a letter, which I know we all received a copy of on November 17th. And the high school district trustees wrote a letter that they had submitted as well to the Public Safety Advisory Board. I think it's what it's called. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so I was a little puzzled by this because this agenda item, because I've been following this issue a lot, and I was very cognizant that Superintendent Rudolph sent a letter to the city council. So I'm not sure what we're supposed to do today since you have already sent a letter. I will say that I agreed with everything you said. So I don't know what more you want from us today.
I really wanted the board to have an opportunity, because I'm not sure that we discussed this, to discuss it amongst ourselves, and an opportunity to kind of reaffirm by the board the letter that Dr. Rudolph had written. We could come up with our own letter, but I was not necessarily envisioning anything very long, but just sort of saying, yes, we, heartily endorse this program, if indeed that is how
See,
you all
and
feel.
I'll say that I don't know what everybody else is going to say, and I will say that I was supportive of this letter.
So my letter was, sorry, just to clarify, my letter was actually to the board, the advisory board that they have.
Yeah.
And it just happened to copy the city council. Your letter will go directly to them, I think is the intent, if that's what you want.
Yeah, so my sense is, and we just finished talking about a lot of process and protocol and that kind of thing, that it would seem strange if the board sent a letter supporting the superintendent, because I think it's assumed that we did support the letter that you sent. If you had asked us ahead of time, that's when this, we could have provided some input. But now that you did send the letter, it just seems strange to me that we would be asked to comment about a letter that you sent, because we are working as a team.
So I may have not phrased that very well, but my thought was that we as a board could write a letter to the city council as opposed to the Public Safety Advisory Board, saying that we support the program as it's implemented in Mountain View, which is very different than some programs that other cities and school districts have. Trustee Chang.
So is my understanding that, so basically the superintendent's letter hasn't gone to the city council yet, right? So this is kind of like that, us signing on to it for it to go out to the city council. Is that basically? Or?
It was not included in any of the things that the city council went. We CC'd them. I know it is addressed to them, but it only went to the members of the Public Safety Advisory Committee, and then we CC'd it to them. But this, I think the distinction that President Blakely is making is that the board actually sends a letter because recommendations have now come out from the EPC or from the Public Safety Advisory Board, whereas previously the conversation was, do we want what they were deliberating was, do we want to have SROs or do we not want to have SROs? And so my letter was just an affirmation that SROs have a positive impact. It had nothing to do with the recommendations that are going to be forthcoming from the actual board that are going to direct what City Council says, because it's going to be a lot more direct, and it's not so much a conversation anymore about whether or not to have them, but it's really more about the specifics of sort of what you expect. If do you support the MOU? I think there was a conversation from the Public Safety Advisory Board about like how they operate during the day, sort of. So it was a lot more, it drilled down a little bit more than the larger topic of, do we have or do we not have?
And Dr. Ruff, or a question to you or perhaps our board members, context, is the city have an existing stance on this? Are they seeking to remove, or do we, I'm trying to contextualize as this item coming up to the city council, is there a recommendation coming from their side to dismantle the program, or what's the context for this?
No, so the Public Safety Advisory Board had a meeting in November to discuss the SRO programs, not just with our school district, but with all of the districts that they interact with, Mountain View, Los Altos School District, as well as private schools. It was a 4.5-hour meeting. They had a subcommittee that had met separately and developed some recommendations for City Council regarding the youth services unit. And then the group went through those recommendations. They made some amendments, they changed some of them, they added some. I value that we're having this conversation. I think for it to actually be fruitful in terms of what a letter's content would be, it would be good for us to have the recommendations that are going to council, and then to discuss how we feel as a board about the actual recommendations that are being put forth. One of the hard things is that there was so much that happened in that 4.5 hours. Until that agenda packet drops, I think it's going to be hard to know what the final recommendations that went to City Council will actually be.
And given the timing, if the meeting will be on January 25th,
Yeah.
the council meeting, their package will go out on the 20th, which is our next meeting. So it would come out around the time our meeting starts.
Could we agendize it knowing that we would have access to the actual recommendations that day, just like the rest of the public? Like to discuss a letter? I don't know if we can do that.
We could, but the timing may or may not work out appropriately. Trustee Wheeler?
Yeah, so maybe what we want to do, and this would be our discussion tonight, if this is something we would feel comfortable with, is we could, assuming we all have similar opinions, that we could appoint an ad hoc committee to write a letter on our behalf and then bring it to that meeting and have it ready to go.
That was kind of what I was thinking, although we would not necessarily have the benefit of the recommendations. And I don't know whether there's any way to get a draft of that earlier. No, okay. Those often come out around, I get them between like 4 and 7 p.m. But Trustee Chang?
Thank you. I feel like unless we ask for like community input on an issue that is actually of great community interest, and unless we ask and we receive input from our students, like void of that, I feel like the default should be we support the superintendent's recommendation because he's on staff, they have eyes on the ground. But like, I would be nervous for us to further draft the policy when we are actually the furthest removed stakeholder And this agenda item didn't have the letter attached to it. We didn't kind of ask the community. I think most community members, like a lot of people would not be aware that this would have been a chance to talk about SROs. And I think that would be really powerful to even hear from our student leaders in our middle school campuses for them to send a letter to us on what's their recommendation. So without those inputs, my default is until we have inputs, I think the superintendent's recommendation is our most solid approach. But I wouldn't support like an ad hoc group because there's no one in this room. There's no one on we haven't asked people to come either. So I wouldn't expect people to be here because it's agendized, especially since there wasn't any documents tied to it. So I urge us to just have it come back to the next meeting and perhaps we can get information from them. And if no information comes in, I think the superintendent's recommendation as is sounds like a solid approach.
I will say that we have had feedback over the years that's been very positive in support of this program. I'm even thinking of some of the talks that we did last year that Dr. Rudolph hosted last year. And there were community members, both panelists and people, asking questions on those that were super supportive of our program. Trustee Conley, did you have another comment?
Well, I mean, so the interesting thing about this situation that we have in Mountain View is that in other school districts, sorry, I'm hitting my microphone. In other school districts, there might be districts who actually contract with and pay for school resource officers to be on campus. And what was really clear in the Public Safety Advisory Committee is how different the situation in Mountain View is, in that the school district isn't hiring the police department to be a presence on campus, but instead the police department has its own internal youth services unit that provides some after school programming, some summer programming that oversees interactions with youth. They're also, we had a meeting about this was it January of 2020 or 2021? Was it this January? So it was my first meeting as board president, I think. We had a meeting about the youth services unit and exactly what happens in our schools, but nobody showed up for public comment. And so listening to this advisory body, there was a real lack of understanding about what the school district is responsible for and what the police department and the city are responsible for and what the actual roles of the officers are. And so a lot of what came out of it, that most of the recommendations center on, let's have clear MOUs with each of the different school entities, whether it's a private school or a school district, that lays out exactly what the work is. Let's look at, do we want to have some sort of data or metrics so we're evaluating the success of the programs? The one thing that was a hot button issue was when police officers come to campus, are they coming because they have been called and requested, or there's some sort of scheduled event that they're coming to participate in? Or do they just sometimes drop by to kind of check on kids who they know and work with? Or in some situations, maybe they got called to campus for one thing and then they stay and they hang out. It's much more of an issue at the high school setting than in our elementary and middle schools. But I think that was the most tumultuous topic, and the advisory board voted, are there 9 of them or 7? It was 2 people voted to have police officers be able to drop in whenever, and the vast majority of the advisory body voted, no, we want it to be laid out why police officers would be coming to campus and what their role is there. So I think that's going to be if there's a controversial piece that goes to council, that's going to be the controversy, is what are the circumstances in which they come onto campus? There were public comments that came in where, again, it was really clear that people didn't understand who's responsible for what, because people were saying, well, the school districts should be paying for mental health and not for police officers. it turns out that most mental health programming is funded by the county and it's county run. So it's not run by the city or the school districts, right? So there's a lot of confusion around that. And so a lot of the focus was on communication. I think if we do any type of letter, it is about the positive relationship the school district has had with the police department and the many supports they have provided for us. But I don't know how much we would want to weigh in on the recommendations specifically or not. They did a broad survey process. They had this advisory body. So whatever we wrote, I don't think would be that different than what the superintendent already sent. But President Blakely, I like the idea of maybe a draft letter coming back to us on the 20th. I don't know how we get to that or what you feel about that.
I'm supportive of that. I really wanted us to have an opportunity to discuss it. And I think anything we can do to encourage the continuation of the positive programming that we enjoy from the city is a good thing. And so that was really where I was going. I also realized I did not offer members of the public a chance to weigh in here. So if there are any members of the public who wanted to comment on this item, would you please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 if you are participating by phone? Okay, I don't think there were any members of the public that wanted to comment on it. So I just generally am supportive of the programming and am hopeful that it can continue. And if the rest of you think it would be helpful to write a letter, I could come up with a draft, or we could designate a couple of people to come up with a draft just generally in support of the program to bring to the next meeting. If people think Dr. Rudolph's letter is sufficient, that's fine. But I sort of feel like peer-to-peer as to the city council can be helpful. Especially given the program that we have is so different than like the one they killed at Los Altos with the Los Altos program. So Trustee Chang.
Unless our colleagues have like any material changes, I would support. And it could be we just come back for a quick vote at next time, but just put our vote behind supporting the letter that already exists, so that there aren't two letters circulating already in the community. I think that if that letter already covers all the things the board wants, then we could just have our board sign on with the superintendent. And I think that's actually even more powerful, right? If it's going to go to the city council packet, and if it's the superintendent and the board supporting something. So unless there's any material changes, I don't know if there is, but like if not, wouldn't it make sense just for us to sign on to that one?
Well, I was thinking perhaps a shorter one, just because this has some personal, Dr. Rudolph's personal experiences. But then he says that the district understands the rules, we seek their assistance, and gives some examples. And then just ends by saying that, our schools need SROs, and that, we applaud their efforts and kindness. So I was thinking maybe just something short that's saying, that just sort of summarizes a little bit of that, that we support the programming and that it's very beneficial to our schools and our students. Trustee Conley.
Yeah,
others?
President Blakely, I mean, it sounds like we're all kind of in alignment with what Dr. Rudolph previously wrote. So in your role as board president, I'm very comfortable with you drafting a short letter on behalf of the board. It doesn't necessarily need to come back to all of us again, if you're comfortable with that.
I'm fine with that.
I agree. I agree with that too. I just wanted to add that, the SROs came to, the Youth Services Department came to the DLAC meeting in March, and just wanted to share that there was a large amount of support on that call from our ELAC leaders, and the desire to see those programs continue, and expressing how beneficial they felt like they were for their children, and interest in having their children participate, and others sort of saying, I'd like my child, how do I get my child into this program? So there was an appreciation for the officers showing up, describing the program, and and just, just sharing how passionate they are about working with students and being collaborative with the school district. So I wanted to share that piece. So I fully trust you to draft this letter. And if you wanted to include that little bit, that our families are in support of these programs and have expressed an appreciation and a benefit from them.
Vice President Berman, would you like to be my board buddy in terms of like reviewing and editing the letter?
Yeah.
Would that be acceptable to the rest of the trustees? Okay, thank you, everybody.
And I do want to point out, just in speaking with my monthly meetings with City Manager McCarthy, don't underestimate your power to reaffirm the work. She was saying that the SROs were sort of feeling the brunt of everything that's transpired, and sort of their own morale was a little bit on the low side. And so a letter from you all would have some type of power to sort of, boost them up and say like that you're appreciative of the work they're doing, even if there are substantive changes that may come to the program or things that you want to see. Just an affirmation of like, these are really good guys who, and one, I think it's all men now. Again, I think but they really are great people who work with our kids and do some amazing things during the summer and over breaks. And so, I think a letter from you does, even if it doesn't like change anything, it at least sends a message to them that you're appreciative of the work that they do.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph, and thank you, trustees. Oh, did you have something else you want to say, Trustee Conley?
Just very briefly. I mean, I think the thing that I would hopefully steer away from is being prescriptive about the recommendations, because I think that I recommend you go back and watch that meeting if you haven't seen it yet, even though it's very long. It's hard to watch because it is a hard conversation to have. And I really appreciate the time of the people on that advisory body who undertook that work. Supporting a community partner that we've worked with for decades who has had some very positive impacts, I don't see any problem with that. I think they have, my goodness, they came out to meet Dr. Rudolph at midnight with that bomb scare. And we've seen all the outreach that they've been doing with their families, as Trustee Berman said.
Thank you. So now let's move on to item 5E regarding comparable districts for salary purposes. And Dr. Rudolph will be presenting on this topic. Dr. Rudolph.
Yep. So just want to talk about sort of the process that we've had. So the school district for the last couple of years has really looked at how do we compare ourselves to other types of districts. I'm going to pull up a presentation just in a second, but and over the course of time, right, one of the things that we've been mindful of is that board direction has been to stay within the top quartile. And in 2000, so the first time we did this actual comp study since I've been here would have been 2016. And at that time, President MVA President Johnson Farazan, may he rest in peace, really stood up and said, these aren't the districts that we should be comparing ourselves to. So we worked with Hanover, and to take you back in time, we worked with Hanover to look at districts that were sort of comparable. We looked at per pupil spending, free and reduced lunch, and the list actually covered the whole state. So it had things like Huntington Beach was in there and a couple other places. And so I remember, Jonathan was standing there saying, it's not fair to compare us to these districts because they don't capture what's taking place in Santa Clara County. And the cost of living is different from Southern California to Northern California. And there were other differences like transportation and everything else. Since then, right after that, with Emily, we sat down and we came to an agreement of what our comparable districts were. The board weighed in and said, these are the districts we want to compare ourselves to. And then the exact same thing occurred with MVEA and with CSEA. And so and I believe the CSEA president at that time was Albert. So all three districts have sort of agreed that these were comparison districts, and we've used those districts since then. Obviously, over our current negotiations, MVA has decided to change the comparable districts, and most of those districts are now in San Mateo County versus in Santa Clara County. So this gives you the opportunity to really dive in and to look at, and I'm gonna pull up the supporting items that were in here, but to look at or to identify what you feel are truly comparable districts to the school district, and that will drive the work that we do moving forward. Because I do think that is important for us for the board to be clear, not only for staff, but also with the public, why these districts are actually chosen and why they're comparable. Because it's not fair to compare us to Woodside, regardless of what the per pupil spending is, because Woodside just is a different district within itself. So let me pull up the supporting stuff. So since 2016, 2017, we have sort of used the exact same, we've used the exact same districts, and all of these coming, so there were a couple features that we used with these. So the first one is that we looked at what was their free and reduced lunch. So because we didn't want school districts that were skewed one way or another. We took into account that all of these need to be in Santa Clara County, because we sort of felt like these were the districts that we were sort of comparing ourselves to. We eliminated unified districts, because unified districts, as well as high school districts, funding is a little bit different per pupil. So it's hard to keep up with Santa Clara Unified and Palo Alto Unified, just because of their funding models, and also because of the sheer size of those districts. So oftentimes when we look at MVLA versus Mountain View, MVLA pulls from 3 cities, whereas Mountain View only pulls from 1, right? And so it's hard when you have the assessed value from Los Altos Hills, as well as Mountain View, when you're comparing that to, a school district that only can pull Mountain View. And then obviously we tried to look at school districts that were in similar size, right? So we, all of us are sort of within this, in the California model, sort of this mid-tier kind of district. They're not really, really small, but they're also not super large. And then what you can see is, as a result, sort of where we fall. And we've done a pretty good job to move up. I think in most cases, we're either 1 or 2, with Sunnyvale, who's, if you were to look at a mirror district, Sunnyvale is probably the closest example to Mountain View that you're going to find. Although Sunnyvale has a couple more students than us. I think they have like close to 1,000 more students. But I would say, in a heavyweight fight, pound for pound, this is going to be your closest district nearest. This year, however, you see that MVEA chose different districts, most of them being, or some of them being in San Mateo, and then some being in Santa Clara, which obviously, by choosing these districts, changes where we fall in terms of the top quartiles, right? And so it's a totally different conversation for us. It doesn't mean that, it's right or wrong. It just means that was a little bit different, right? So you can see Los Gatos was never included originally, and even though it's in Santa Clara, it was never included in our original comparison districts, but it is in this case included. And obviously by including these districts, it pushes us further down to the bottom. And there's probably more comparisons that we can pull up, but this is sort of the meat of the conversation. And a couple of trustees brought it up to me, and then I brought it to President Blakely that it's probably behooves the board to have this conversation and to be clear about what are the deciding factors that you want to use when it comes to choosing particular districts. And there's information, obviously, that if there's more information I want to share, because we're still in negotiations, it's kind of hard to straddle this line and share all the details. But I'm trying to give you as good of a picture as possible so that we're not negotiating in public, per se.
Trustees, do you have clarifying questions for Dr. Rudolph?
Thank you. I had a question, and I should have submitted this as email, so forgive me if it can't be answered on the spot. Do we anecdotally know which are the districts we most often lose our teachers to? And if that's something we don't have, I can withhold that.
I'm going to ask Tara to also join in with this.
I would probably be able to find that, but I don't have it readily available to share.
Sorry? She doesn't know offhand. She would have to research it.
It's my understanding that the district that we lose teachers to is MVLA. And that would be our middle school teachers, because many people who teach in middle school have a credential that they can use for high school. But the ability to get a job in the high school district isn't available to most of our employees because they don't have that credential.
But I think that's kind of anecdotal. I mean, I can think of a few that have gone over. I don't think there's hordes. Yeah, right. Okay. Any other clarifying questions for Dr. Rudolph? Trustee Conley?
So one of the interesting things about comparing outside of Santa Clara County is also where are our teachers coming from? Do we have a majority of our teachers who live further up the peninsula, who live in San Mateo County, and that's why they're asking for these comparison districts? Or do the bulk of our teachers live within Santa Clara County? Ms. Vicure, I don't know if we have information about that, but I'm curious. My assumption is that we have more teachers living south and over towards Santa Cruz than we have living up the peninsula.
That is true. And we do have the vast majority live locally in Mountain View and south. We do have a few that live north, but not nearly as many as are living in Santa Clara County and Santa Cruz County.
We also have some traveling from East Bay.
From the East Bay as well.
So East Bay, and then there's a considerable number that are coming from the Gilroy area.
I have one question for you, Dr. Rudolph, that I didn't focus on earlier when we were submitting written questions. For the Mountain View Wisman beginning salary, and both of them, it includes the proposal that the district has offered to the union, and that would be retroactive to July 1st, the beginning of the school year. Do we know whether these other figures include whatever amounts are still being negotiated, or?
Yep, so some of them, so for instance, Los Altos has settled. So some districts have settled. Most districts are negotiating currently for the upcoming year, and some are have went into impasse. But for the most part, I would say our offer is pretty generous and would keep us either in the top one or two, which has never been the goal. Just we've unintentionally arrived at that. And I think part of that's just we've had a strong financial position over the couple of years, whereas other districts, there have been some districts that haven't been able to give a raise, or they've given a raise, but only at the expense of cutting teachers back.
Thank you. Any other clarifying questions for Dr. Rudolph? Trustee Berman?
I'm sorry if you explained this already, but do we know why MVAA wanted, or do we know explicitly why MVAA wanted to include these other districts and not follow the ones that we've been following since 2016? If it wasn't,
So I think that's probably it. I don't sit at the negotiating table. So I think that's a question for Tara and Rebecca. Both of them would be able to argue. I could surmise that probably part of the reason why is that when you're trying to compare and you're at the top, if you're looking to get a sizable raise, that this is probably where you want to go. But the two of them who are part of the negotiation team could probably discuss that in more detail.
Rebecca, do you want to share or do you want me to?
Either way.
Is this an appropriate topic for us to be discussing, or are we?
Yeah, because you're talking about what are districts that you want to look at as comparison districts. You're not talking about the validity of where they want. So it is something that you can discuss, and Dr. Westover does have more technical information about, like, if you want to dive into per pupil funding and stuff like that. She would have that information. But yes, you're more than welcome to say, this is, I think ultimately it's just reaffirming these are the reasons why you chose these districts. Or if there are other districts you want us to look at, this, I think it's worthwhile having that discussion.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were treading carefully.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify the reason for my asking is that it makes sense for us to compare, in my thinking, a district that looks like us. So I'm wondering, maybe I don't want to make assumptions about why these other districts were selected. So I just want to see if they offered a justification or a rationale so that I can consider that in my own opinion.
Sure, a good question to ask. I think from the table, what we heard was that they felt that these were comparable districts because they were similar in location to us. And I think some of it is also because of where our salary is currently placed. I think when we were at the table, I also asked if they had looked at the per pupil spending, and that was not part of their process of picking out comparable districts. Tara, I don't know if you heard something different at all.
I think they also wanted to pick only basic aid districts, and so they were selecting
That's correct.
Basic aids. Mm-hmm.
Trustee Conley, you had your hand up, and then Trustee Wheeler.
Thank you. For other trustees and members of the public, the original compensation studies were part of the board meeting on January 18th of 2018. And so there are links there to the actual compensation studies comparing different districts, which is informative. I think one of the challenges coming into the conversation tonight, where I'm struggling with this a little bit, is for the information that we've been given doesn't include what is the per pupil spending, what are the base parcel taxes or average incomes of individuals in those communities, and the cost of living in those communities. And so I feel a little unprepared tonight to give direction because there was so much information that went into the original decision. If we're talking about changing it, then I feel like I would need a lot more information to even consider that.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler.
Yes, I have a question and I submitted it to Superintendent Rudolph. And I know that Dr. Westover and Ms. Vickard could give us the answer as well. Related to this, a reason that all these figures are relevant is how does this relate to our budget? So, one of the things, we talked about top quartile, and that's something we've tried to, have as a philosophy the last couple of years, have our teacher salaries be among the top quartile. Another philosophy that we've embraced for quite a number of years is to have our 3-year reserve be 17 to 22% of our budget. So, at the end of 3 years, what percentage is our reserve if we utilize, various, salaries? So, that's a long warm up to assuming our current proposal gives a minimum salary of $71,962 and a maximum salary of $129,016. What is the 3-year reserve percentage that results in?
Dr. Westover, you want to share this, or you want me just to say the number?
I'd go for it, Dr. Rudolph.
It's 15.6, I think.
15.15.
What's the actual number?
Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up in my email.
Because I've asked this question a few times individually, and it's something like 16.9%, which is close to 17%, which is what we've said is our, guiding budgetary philosophy. And if related to that, is if we offered more than this, then our reserve would be less than our philosophy of 17%.
Right.
So that's why I'm asking what is a 3-year reserve?
16.53% is what
Okay.
it is what it would fall to. So right below the 17%.
Yeah.
Do any members of the public wish to comment on this item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Seeing none, trustees, do you have comments or other feedback for Dr. Rudolph? Trustee Chang.
Thank you. My suggestion is that I think it'd be really well. First, I think it's really good that we try to get to the same data set, because I think that as long as the education, our staff are trying to use different data sets than we are, it makes any conversation harder. So I think that's a really important goal to try to get the same. And I think the best way to get there isn't us suggesting some schools and them suggesting some schools. I would really strongly urge us to discuss if we can get to some type of formula. And there might be some, the formula could be like, and this is in discussion with them of whether it be like some algorithm that has, okay, schools within a certain distance, schools within a certain population size, schools within a certain realm. If we all can, if they and us can agree to what goes in the formula, then whatever schools come out of the formula, that's it, right? There's a fairness to that. And I think that there's a certain level of gerrymandering that goes on if we are all picking schools, and there's an emotional factor. And when we may happen to just anecdotally know teachers who live in this area, there's all kinds of biases there. But if we can agree to a formula, and then I think it's already, I'm really proud that us as a board have so openly committed to being a top quartile for all our staff. And I think that if we can just turn to an algorithm, who are the schools in this data set, and then we're committing to being in the top quartile, it makes compensation pretty easy, right? And then there are some years where maybe we would really have to stretch to keep ourselves in the top quartile. And some years maybe it's a little easier. But I think that the more we can make this about just the math of it and not about personal choices, I think that it would make us a more harmonious school district.
Thank you, Trustee Conley.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most, just a fundamental piece that goes into this is that we are a K-8 school district. We aren't a K-12 school district or a high school district. And so just at a base level in any formula or consideration, comparable districts are K-8 school districts. And if we look at the list, it has Los Gatos Union. Is that elementary or high school or both? It's elementary. Okay. It has, is Menlo Park elementary or? Yeah.
I think these are all
Yes.
K to 8
I
districts.
think
They're
that's
all-
probably the only point that we.
That's the only thing we're in agreement on. Okay, because that's where I was like, is that even the case? Okay. And then I think it would be, well, something I'm going to take on myself as a trustee is to go back and try and find those videos from the original discussion. The compensation study was done in 2018, and so I don't know if the discussion was in 2017 or the spring of 2016, Dr. Rudolph, but I want to go back and watch that for myself because clearly there was agreement with the union at one point about the criteria for these schools. And what I'm a little unclear on right now is exactly what the criteria were then. I have the feeling it's very logical and makes a lot of sense. I should have done that before this meeting.
Trustee Conley, I think some of the discussion that the board had was in closed session. And then a lot of the discussion would have happened during the negotiations. So it didn't happen at the board level. So I'm not sure how instructive
If there's
it would
anything
be.
to find.
But yeah, I
Okay.
mean, feel free, but my recollection is that you wouldn't get a lot of meat out of looking at the board meeting.
Yeah, well, then one of my defaults is per pupil spending, which is something that hasn't been brought forward yet. But I have no doubt that Hillsborough and Woodside have significantly higher per pupil spending than us or any of our comparable surrounding districts. And so I think that might be one way, as Trustee Chang pointed out, to get to kind of a more neutral understanding of why the current districts that we are working from have been chosen.
Trustee Wheeler, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah. So one of the things that's so fascinating to me about this discussion is the idea of comparable. So, what is comparable? So are we using comparable as a word that we generally understand, and we could ask, 50 parents, what are districts that are like ours? What are comparable districts? And then another way to look at it is comparable as a specialized term. So, Trustee Conley and Trustee Chang were kind of referencing this of, you get in a room and negotiators talk about, what do we agree is comparable? So Dr. Rudolph, when you were providing us kind of a list of what are things that, mean comparability, one of them is, percentage of free and reduced lunch students. Another is within Santa Clara County. Another is elementary school districts. So a lot of members of the public don't understand that there are different funding structures for elementary school districts, high school districts, and K-12 districts. They wonder why we can't compare ourselves to MVLA, for example, or Palo Alto. And that's a large reason. And Superintendent Rudolph was, referencing that. And I love that I actually wrote this down, mirror district. What's the district that if you had to, kind of close your eyes and think, what's a district that is most comparable to us? And that is Sunnyvale. So, that's the salary schedule that I was looking at most closely. And I know they've been spending a lot of money. They spend a lot more money on their superintendent too. I know that. So I actually, color coded and made notes for myself, all this sort of stuff about these districts. But, I think the districts from 2016, 2017 that, that we had been companionably working and working with and looking at, in our negotiations, these make sense to me. The big, one of the big differentiators is, which districts are basic aid and which are not. A district we used to compare ourselves to, and I think a lot of people still do, is Cupertino. So I was looking at Cupertino, what's their salary structure? And Cupertino is not a basic aid district, but what are the districts that are near us that, teachers are driving to get to these districts, from around here. And when I look at this list, I will tell you, having been on this board for a long, long time, I'm very proud of this minimum and maximum salary levels and proposal, and being able to fit it within our 17 to 22%. And then you look at our current proposal of 71,962, which is, here's my list, that is #1 in the county, other than Los Gatos and Saratoga. Now, if you took 50 people in a room, do you think Mountain View is similar? How similar do you think Mountain View and Los Gatos are? Let me rephrase that. How much similar do you think Mountain View is to Los Gatos and Saratoga? I think most people would say there's not a lot of similarity. Whereas if you said, how similar is, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, I'll tell you the other district that seems very similar to us, and we trade employees back and forth, is Campbell. So I look at Campbell School District. But anyway, I made a list for myself, ranked them all by, salaries. We are #1, if we subtract Saratoga and Los Gatos, which I do. And Sunnyvale is #2. And then #3 is a non-basic aid district, but #3 is Union School District. It's a nice little school district, kind of similar to us, but kind of far away, but it's in Santa Clara County, #3, and that's above Los Altos. So, when you talk about a mirror district, I think people think about, okay, Sunnyvale, and then they always look at Los Altos. So Los Altos is #4 on this list. So we are, and this hasn't been true for very long. So for a long, long time, our employees, our teachers, were paid less than ones in Los Altos. And you can see this kind of in the maximum salary, that the Los Altos has a lot of more experienced teachers, and their maximum salary is higher than a lot of the other districts. But I've been speaking a long time, but I will say I am very impressed by the negotiating work that our district has done for the last 5 years or so, getting us up to the top quartile. I didn't realize we were #1. That's higher than top quartile. And I have said in the past, that's not my goal to be #1 teacher salaries, but I think it's a really nice thing. It's a really good thing. And, I'm disappointed when I see us being asked to compare ourselves to Woodside or Menlo Park, Hillsborough. Hillsborough is one of the most wealthy school districts in the state. No one that I'm aware of thinks that we are like Hillsborough. So I get back to my statement about what does it mean to be comparable? Is this a specialized term or a generic term? I lean towards generic. What are characteristics that you think makes Mountain View or Mountain View Wisman like them? So you ask, what do I think of this salary schedule? And those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler. Trustee Berman?
So thank you, Trustee Wheeler, for your analysis. I think it's definitely something to be incredibly proud of that we're in that top quartile and that we're number one. I think that's very impressive, and it shows how dedicated we've been to reaching that goal. Something I wonder is if this list was created in 2016. I just wonder, to Trustee Conley's point about just having more information about these districts and what makes them comparable to us, so that we can sort of see where we stand in comparison. I wonder if in the last few years something has changed and sort of looking at all those data points. So if we are considering adding another district to our table or making some changes, needing more information so that we can make an informed decision about whether those districts we want to change out are comparable, because there's a chance that something has changed in the last few years. But I think it is important to have a comparison by the numbers, right? Using that data to see, to make sure that we are in alignment with other districts that look like us.
Trustee Conley? Thank you, Trustee Berman.
I just want to, I know Trustee Wheeler didn't make a motion, but I want to second it anyways. I really appreciate your analysis of it and the way you laid it out, and I agree. So thank you.
Oh, I had some comments too, but go ahead, Trustee Chang.
Yeah, I think if we, working with our staff, focused on the formula without looking at the names of schools, without looking at what they pay, I think it would come out somewhere in a it wouldn't look, I don't think it would be anything too surprising, but I think that, and I'm sure that when we did this first study, when Hanover helped us with this, I'm sure they had their internal formula. But what happens is that when we don't focus on the formula, they use their formula, then it was static, right? It's like the formula was ran back then, so, and then, 2018, and we don't run it again. Versus if we have a formula, every year, we're just running that formula, and then it's neither them or us who decides what schools actually got in the list. It's the algorithm, right? And I think that is a very fair way of, it's an algorithm that is simple enough for both teachers and parents and and classified staff to understand. That I think it's everyone can get behind that, right? I think that the minute we start talking schools, there's an emotional factor, right? Because like when I look at the names, I look at this on my side as a long-term educator in this county. I look at this, I'm thinking of the history of San Jose has this unusual history of having so many school districts, right? So it's like you look at San Jose, and then so many of them aren't funded. So you can swoop up so many schools in San Jose alone that are comparable size to us that are underfunded, right? So it's like I think that just as we look at them and say that you have picked the schools with the highest salaries, they may look at us and go, well, you picked the schools from the city that has historic record of having so many underfunded schools. So I think that to get us away from either side of these accusations is to say, okay, well, let's get the table. There's no names. What is a right formula? Whether it be by zip code, by funding, per pupil, basic aid, just work out a formula. And then that's our list each year. And then let's reuse that formula to see if anything comes in and out. I think that just takes a lot out of this, because I can, when we make accusations about their schools, I can easily say they can make accusations against us.
So My perspective here is that this was sort of an attempt to come up with a formula. Let's come up with the matching school districts. You can't really divorce the zip codes, for example, from the school district. So I think in the districts, pay salaries on a district-wide basis. So I think we have to look at districts. A couple of things that I noticed in our current chart, there are 12 other districts. The one that has been proposed, there are only 9, I believe, 8 or 9. I would like to have a few more. I think we, especially if we're looking at the top quartile formula, to just, if there's only 8, then there's only 2 other districts that we're looking at. And, you know, I think it's helpful to have a slightly larger set to look at. I would also say even the districts that have been proposed on the minimum salary, we're still in the top quartile. The only one, if you look at the proposed it's almost $72,000 starting salary, the only one that is more than that is Los Gatos Union. So we'd be, you know, we're still looking pretty good there. On the maximum salary, that's where there's a larger difference. And I know that when we were initially came up with this top quartile, when the prior board came up with this top quartile proposal or benchmark, we were really looking at, we were losing a lot of teachers. We were looking at the teacher departure levels. A lot of teachers in their first or second year or first 5 years, they were leaving. And so our suspicion was in part because the, cost of living was higher and it's harder for people that are getting started. But we wanted to make sure that at the starting salary level that we were very competitive, because we sort of had, when we looked at the numbers of tenure of teachers and how many years they'd worked for us, the ones that have worked here longer were less likely to leave. Like once you're here 5 years, you're more likely to stay. And so although I'd love to pay all of our teachers, I'd love to be top in for every single teacher. I think that was part of the analysis. And even on the new proposals with the 129,016, we're not top quartile, but we're pretty darn close if you throw out Hillsborough and Woodside, which I think everybody, they're like Beverly Hills, and Mountain View is not that. But to your point, Trustee Berman, I think things are changing in Mountain View. I mean, there's a lot, sadly, gentrification is here. And so our community has changed. And the fact that these ones that they're proposing are basic aid, that rings true to me to some degree. Basic aid districts tend to have different, financial resources available to them than revenue limit districts. So as far as guidance, I definitely want to have at least 12. If we added a couple more or threw out a couple of the other ones that are currently like revenue limit that maybe make a little bit less sense, and now I just lost my list, I would be open to exploring that. But I think we need to work in collaboration with the union to be reasonable to come up with really what is comparable, going back to Trustee Wheeler's points, and look at communities that are comparable, districts that are comparable to Mount View Wisman. Trustee Conley.
Yeah, I actually think it's possible to weave together what Trustee Wheeler and Trustee Chang have said. So Trustee Chang, you're talking about a formula, but I think what you really mean is criteria, and that the criteria should be kind of neutral, agreed upon criteria. And that's really the same thing that Trustee Wheeler was suggesting, was what are those base criteria? So coming to agreement about that base criteria, it seems to be the heart of the issue. And you're talking about it in different ways, but you're actually talking about the same thing. Trustee Wheeler, in terms of like distance, Santa Clara County was the distance that she was referring to, as opposed to like a mileage distance. The student population, the size of the district, like these are all very neutral criteria. So I think it actually kind of, I think we're actually all pulling in the same direction on this.
Does that give you guidance in terms of what the trustees are thinking, Dr. Rudolph? And
Yeah, so if I've heard this correctly, a K-8 district, look at free and reduced lunch, Santa Clara County, basic aid, Although I do want to point out that no one basic aid just was that. That's all somebody should would do.
So one of the things that, you talk about a mirror district. Before your time, we tried to come up with a district that was like Mountain View Westman School District for another purpose, and we could not do it. We are pretty unique. So you talk about basic aid districts and fairly high free and reduced lunch. That's hardly anybody. So
Except for Sunnyvale, yeah.
except for Sunnyvale, yes. So
Yeah.
Los Altos has, I can't remember what it is, 8%, something like that. Saratoga and Los Gatos, they're very low like that. I think, Campbell is probably, kind of like us, but there are not a lot of basic aid districts that have, fairly high free and reduced lunch numbers. So I wouldn't have basic aid be, the be all and end all. And I'll tell you again, look at Cupertino and, talk about a school district where it is expensive to live. So Cupertino is one of the highest priced real estate markets around. And they're not basic aid. And, they're just struggling. There's, they used to, I remember when you came on the board the first time, Chris, you would talk about, let's try to get our salaries up to Cupertino. And it's like, we have gone like this. I'm going to show the camera. We have gone like this. And then Cupertino has gone, like this, because they don't have money. They don't have free and reduced lunch students. So they don't, all they're doing is living on their base grant. And I don't know what the story is with, how healthy their teacher staff retention level is, but I know that there's a lot of teachers in Santa Clara County that would love to have our salaries, and they stay where they are because they love their schools, that kind of thing. But Cupertino's a district like us, but it does not have high free and reduced lunch. Do you have an answer to my question? Okay.
So, okay. And yeah, because I was going to point out like Oakland actually gets more money per pupil, even though they are not a basic aid district. I did find, so we do the conversation study every year. I did find our first one. I pulled it up for a quick second, but you can see they actually did a cost of living adjustment. So they took it from CDE. What's interesting here is that if you look, so this is 2014, 2015 salary. So right before I arrived, and this was done in 2015. We released it in 2016. So it would have been January of that year. What's really interesting is you see Sunnyvale is at 46 at the time, and we were at 42 at the time. So they obviously had some room to grow, but so the point I want to show is this. So we show this real quick. Don't want to leave the meeting, sorry. So if you look here, where they were 46, they're now at 69. And whereas we were 42, we're now at 68. So it has been, all of us have increased salaries pretty consistently, but we've actually increased it more. The challenge here is that they were already ahead of, in the case of Sunnyvale, they were already ahead of us, right? But we've definitely, every district, I think, has made a very honest attempt to try and improve salaries. Our percentage has been one of the highest increases over time. But it sounds like to me like size, county, free and reduced lunch, KA district are sort of the driving ones in terms of the comparisons.
Anything, did you have something burning desire to speak, Trustee Chang?
Thank you. I know you were asking criteria, but I guess I have a process question is, in those past studies, so did the district develop the criteria with Hanover with the teachers' input, or was we worked with Hanover and then we presented the list to the teachers?
So in 2015, we asked Hanover to do it exclusively. And so they polled the whole state. And then that's when Jonathan said, no, these aren't comparable districts. So then we went back to Hanover, and after consulting with the board, both the union as well as the school district agreed upon these were the districts that we felt were comparable. This is actually how Allen Rock got in there. Because if you looked at their earlier list, Allen Rock wasn't even there, but it was sort of like Allen Rock is near us. It's a place where people may choose to live, and it had free and reduced lunch. And I remember specifically them calling out Huntington Beach and saying, like, we're not a comparable district to them. And so we need to be compared to Allen Rock.
I'll just be very brief about this. I know we're at 9 o'clock. That if we have never ever tried talking with the district on criteria,
What I'm saying, so that's the next point, right? So we actually did come to an agreement, and that list has stayed the same. And so every year, whether it was Carmen or whether it was Tara, we say, well, these are districts that we agree to, yes or no. And then we go through this process of we reach out to Hanover, they do the study, and then we get the results of the study and we go here. This is actually the first year that has changed. I think at the end of last year, and Tara could probably chime in on this one. I think at the end of last year, they stated like we had an interest in changing, but we weren't collectively interested in changing to San Mateo districts. And so this is where the divide comes. But Tara would be the person who can say that. But every year up until this year, or at least up until last year, it's always been, we sit down, we agree yes or no, that these are the districts, and we've never had an issue with it. It's not to say that, like, Sean is trying to be adversarial or anything like that. It's just to point out, like, this is the first time that we've run into this since 2016. And I think part of that's because we've had a lot of work to do within the list that we've had.
just if you asked us to these criteria, you summarize the criteria without the names of districts, I just urge us to do the same with the teachers, to ask them what are the criteria that they look at, avoid the names of districts. And thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, one more
I'd
thing.
really like to
So you
move
talked
on.
about 7 years ago. What occurred to me, and you brought up Alum Rock. Within the last 7 years, the state of California has changed its funding formula. So districts with higher numbers of low-income students now have more money. So, I don't know the history of Alum Rock salary schedules, and I see that out of the 13 districts that are on this list, number 12 is Alum Rock. I don't know what those teachers say there, but they've got, these high poverty districts now have a lot more money than they used to. So that would be something that, I don't know what to do about this, but there's something to think about who has money now.
Yeah, I think just at the end of the year or at the end of negotiations, the goal is that we have criteria that we can sit down and all of us sort of agree, because normally Hanover does a compensation study over the summer, which is sort of the dead time. So if we can walk out of this year with an agreement or sort of a set criteria, then going into next year, we'll be able to compare ourselves and sort of look at what the comparison districts are. And so this information will help guide the negotiations team as they wrap it up, that moving into next year, this is what we can do.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Victor and Dr. Westover. We appreciate all the work you're doing. And thank you, teachers, also. This is all about you. So, okay, now we will move on to board updates. Does anybody have a brief update that was not submitted in writing?
Can I? I didn't submit it in writing, but I will say, I say that I go to the AXA legislative lunch breaks all the time. I went to it yesterday and they reminded me, this is relevant to all of us, that the governor is putting out his budget either this Friday or this Monday. And then AXA will be presenting an analysis of this at their lunch break, either on Friday or Monday, and then another analysis. And then Capital Advisors Group will be putting out an analysis of the governor's budget. So this is all in the, as even though we've got so much on our plates, that's a real basic thing. The governor's budget is coming out within days.
Thank you for that. Okay, the next item on our agenda is items for future agendas. Did anybody have anything for future agendas? Okay. Future board meeting dates, those are in the agenda. The next meeting, we have a special meeting on Saturday, the 8th. We have another special meeting a week from tonight. And then we'll have our next regular meeting on January 20th and then February 10th.
President Blakely, for the benefit of anybody watching, I think it'd be helpful if you would say what the agenda is going to be for this special board meeting. And then you've got two special board meetings coming up. And what are the agendas of those two special board meetings? The topics, the agenda topics.
I should know this. The special board meeting this Saturday is on lotteries for special programs. And the one a week from tonight is on cultural, help me out here. I don't know.
Equity.
It's bias training.
Bias training. Thank you. Okay, so at 9:06 p.m., I'm going to adjourn this meeting, and at 9:06 p.m., I am also going to open the next special meeting that we have to discuss COVID updates and safety measures.
And I make a request that in between these two board meetings, we have a bio break and then start that one new.
Okay, we'll take a break and, okay. So the one meeting is adjourned at 9:06, and in 5 minutes at 9:11, we will start up our next meeting on the COVID updates. Thank you, everybody. Okay, at 9:11 p.m., the January 6th, 2022 special meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees is called to order. May I have a roll call, please?
Devin Conley,
Chris Shane?
Ellen Wheeler,
Laura Berman?
Laura Blakely. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are in attendance. The next item is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Wheeler, seconded by trustee Conley, the agenda was approved unanimously. And now on to item 2, review and discussion, COVID update and safety measures, and Dr. Rudolph will be presenting. Dr. Rudolph.
All right. Wrong share, sorry. I just want to talk briefly, just a couple updates to talk about sort of where we are. Obviously, our guidelines to make sure that we have safe and full in-person instruction as much as humanly possible. So the California Department of Public Health has noted that there's a couple things that we can do. Vaccinations for all eligible individuals, which I'll be talking about, universal masking in schools, targeted quarantine practices to keep kids in schools, as well as access to a robust COVID-19 testing program as an additional safety layer. When we talk about these, we always refer to the Swiss cheese method. So it's not one thing, it's going to provide safety. It's going to be a multitude of different strategies. First, I think it's important for us to look at just sort of where we are as a county. As you can see, we've definitely experienced a spike compared to last year. Our numbers are a lot higher in terms of the number of COVID cases and the rolling 7-day averages. I do think it's important for us to look at what is the vaccination rate. So obviously our county has been doing a great job of making sure that we are vaccinated, 81.9%, almost 82%. However, only 56.2% have received their boosters within the county. And I'll break it down and take us a little bit closer to Mountain View in a second. What is a little concerning though is the number of people ages 5 to 17 that are actually vaccinated. And as you can see in the county, the rate is a little bit lower compared to what they believe is the estimated population. And then you can see, obviously, in terms of comparison, from a percentage-wise, Hispanic and Latino tend to be the lowest vaccinated, followed by multi-race, white, and then Asian. African Americans is pretty, which is a small population, but it's pretty consistent. But I do think it's important to look at sort of what the case rate is by census tract. And as you can see in Mountain View, we tend to have more cases per census tract than some of our comparable district or peers. So often people compare us to Palo Alto and Los Altos, but as you can see, compared to them, that we just happen to experience more cases, especially in the center city. This is not anything new. I've talked about this in several instances, but obviously it's part of the reason why we partner with the county to do vaccination clinics, which I'll be talking about also. But we also have some new data points that we can sort of look at. So we can look at the cumulative cases, the cumulative test rate per 100,000 people residing in there. And what you can see is that even there are pockets of the Mountain View community where we are not testing as high as compared to other places, right? And so that's obviously something that we should be monitoring. It's also part of the reason why we want to continue our testing program. This one talks about the positivity rate. So obviously we looked at how frequently we're testing, and now we're looking at the positivity. What you can see is that sort of in the southern part or the northern part of the city, you can see that you have a higher positivity rate as you get closer to the shoreline area compared to the southern part. And then what I think is really important, and probably the biggest message, if I have to say anything, is that when it comes to the vaccination, the cumulative percent of county residents 5 and older who have completed their vaccination by census tract, obviously this is probably the area of biggest concern, which is, and it's not just concentrated in certain parts of the city, it is, now for the most part, there's a majority of our city by census tract is at a lower percentage of residents age 5 and up that are actually vaccinated So that's obviously an area of concern for us, especially when you compare it to, Palo Alto, Los Altos, and even Sunnyvale, in this case, has a higher percent of people who are vaccinated. So we definitely have some work that we need to do in this part of the county. This graph right here is something, if you look at the fully vaccinated case rate, so it is not, being vaccinated doesn't mean that you're not going to catch COVID. What it does mean, though, is that your likelihood of getting into the hospital is a lot less greater. But it also means, if you're looking at this data, that your likelihood of catching COVID is lower also if you're vaccinated. So we obviously want to continue to encourage people to get vaccinated. And then we're going to keep diving down. So I think I've already talked about this, so I apologize. One misnomer that we have, everybody if you watch the national news, they continue to talk about the Omicron variant. If you look at the number of cases, the highest number of cases in our county have actually been Delta. It doesn't mean that Omicron isn't the largest, but when you think about it's 376 cases so far, it's probably safe to say that we're going to experience our Omicron spike just a little bit after after the rest of the nation, which is experiencing it. When we look at the vaccination rates, we do this graph. We do have required for our teachers and our staff to be vaccinated. This graph does include individuals, or this chart, includes individuals who are currently on leave without pay because they're not currently vaccinated. This is just part of the reason why. And there are some individuals who do have legitimate exemptions that allow them not to be vaccinated too. But for the most part, 99% of our staff is vaccinated, which I think is really the best thing. But when we look at our student vaccination rates, and this is why I brought this up, I showed the graph earlier, you can see there's obviously some work to do in terms of the vaccination rates. We have gotten a lot higher since the last time I reported this information out. We are going to start see if we can pull the information from the CARES, which is a system that the nurses can pull to see if we have more information about individuals who are vaccinated. But if you look at this data and you compare it to the graph, what you can tell is that we just have a lot of individuals who are not vaccinated in that age group. And that is where our opportunity of growth lies, is making sure that young kids get vaccinated. So what have we done to help do this? So this year we have helped to get close to 1,000 individuals actually get vaccinated. We have ran vaccine clinics. We did this earlier in the year when the first ones come out, but we've also done it this year over break. So we have one on the 21st. And then we also, at both Castro and Mistral and at their call for winter break, 457 vaccinations actually took place, which was really good. And so that's definitely been a big push for us. We've also worked on testing. 350 people were tested. We ran a testing program over the break at in the district, right outside the district office. We also, thanks to some parents, and I had their names, and I would definitely highlight them tomorrow at the community check-in, but we had some parents who really were instrumental in making sure that we distributed kits. So they helped to distribute 163 kits, both at the district office as well as at Mistral. I know at the district office, the kits ran out within the first 30 minutes. It was the day before we actually came back. We also distributed 5,000 kits to preschool all the way to 8th graders, and it's two testing kits per student. Some families have it, and that's to help with peace of mind. And I do want to point out that 92% of our students actually participate in our full testing, which is a very high number. And so far we've had 34,000 swabs that have actually taken place from October to December. So including the 5 or the 6 of us actually took a rapid test earlier today before we actually started this meeting. So what are the safety measures? We still require masks. We require masks both indoors and outdoors. And I think that's also part of the reason why it helps to stop the spread. The only people who are exempt from wearing a mask must have a medical condition, but they have to wear an actual face covering. So we've worked with the doctors to that. We do require physical distancing. For the most part, we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 feet around everybody. For the most part, we do understand that kids are going to congregate together. And so, it's also, as I said before, the Swiss cheese method of safety, right? So part of, if they get close together, having a mask on is definitely one of the bigger things that we want to do, but also our cleaning our protocols, which are in place. Physical barriers, we do have them still up in some schools, and other schools we do not. We allow that to sort of be a choice. We obviously have them in here. It is something that we're sort of thinking about. Do we need to bring those back just because of the cases? And so far, we haven't seen any community spread within our school, so it's definitely something that we're leaving to choice, and we're perfectly fine with supporting schools as well as teachers with whatever decision that they want. But we did place that as a decision for schools to make as opposed to the district. Ventilation, you can see over here that we have a HEPA filter in. We also have MERV 13 filters. And then we have maximized our external air take, and our air exchange rate is extremely high. It's better than what the ideal is. We average 7.4 air exchanges per hour, and the ideal is about 6. And that information came directly from our consultants and the people who worked on our HVAC system as we replaced it this year. So that's where that number comes from. We still continue our daily cleaning and sanitation. We sanitize with night misters. We do high touch areas, faucets, tabletops, chairs, door handles. All of our soap, paper towel, and dispensers are now touchless to reduce the amount of touch, except for the ones that are actually in the classroom, because those aren't, the touch ratio isn't as great as the ones that are actually in the bathrooms. And so those are the ones that we're concerned with, main offices as well as restrooms. We continue to do outside lunch. I know that some people would love for our kids to go inside, but obviously the concern about having kids inside and eating without the mask off is great. So we continue to do that. Luckily, although it is a little bit colder, it's not like we're in Buffalo, New York, where it gets super cold. So we definitely have benefited from that. And we continue to continue to work on facilitating that and cleaning those surfaces off. The biggest thing for us, and I talked about this before, is our testing strategy. So we similar to other districts, Los Altos actually uses the exact same company and does the exact same process. We do pool testing, and then after we do pool testing, we follow up for rapid antigen test. And we started that in October. And the best way that I would say is, like, think of it this way. Pool testing is like having fast track, and then rapid testing is similar to paying with cash at the toll booth, right? Both do the exact same thing. One takes a lot longer than the other one. And so the pool testing is just having the fast track to get us through, or easy pass if you're from the East Coast. So whichever way you want to use that. But we do that, and all staff employees do it. I did it. This is my 3rd test this week. I did it right before I came. I do pool testing first thing when I got in on Tuesday. We're still waiting on some of the results. There is a backlog, and that's one of the things, one of the reasons why we employ both tests. PCR tests have to go to a lab and they have to be tested. There's a national backlog that is slowing the process down. I know I gave you the results of where we sort of were with some of our pool. We have not received all of our pool tests back yet. Rapid tests allow us to find out the information a lot faster, and that's part of the process. And that is what Concentric sort of says, and obviously it's the same thing that Los Altos and some other districts are doing. And we've talked about this. So a pool test, everybody puts their swabs their nose and puts the cotton swab in the tube. We test the whole tube, then we turn back around. If the pool shows up a positive, we try to find out who the individual is. So quarantining, so this slide's a little bit old. We're getting new data in. We try to update this as much as possible, but typically it gets updated towards the end of the week. This is right before we came back. So obviously you'll see if you look at the dashboard today, you'll see it's a little bit lower. But this is just, it shows sort of what the positive cases are for that particular week, and then what the cumulative totals are. And then we also broke it out by staff as well as students, including those individuals that have to quarantine. So I don't want to dive into sort of the decision matrix that's been happening. This is a fluid process. Unfortunately, it does appear that the county is going to be changing the process again. It has changed multiple times, but this is sort of the decision tree that we try to follow in the event. And you can see it keeps going to another slide. But as it stands right now, in our last meeting, and Tara can also attest to this because in her meeting, they now are going to change the guidance that there's a different expectation for adults as well as for kids, where adults may be reduced to 5 days, which follows the CDC recommendation, whereas kids may stay at 10, but they eventually expect to drop kids down a little bit lower. And part of that depends on what the testing regimen is and all those types of things. I think the biggest thing I would say is that if in the event that so 92% of our students are in the pool, in the event that any of them take a test, they always will get a test to verify whether or not they're positive or negative. And so that's the beauty of it. So you never have to worry about that 5th-day test as long as you are part of the pool. And we always accept individuals at any point to sign up for the pool through the process. All right. So this, again, I'm just sort of flying through that. Again, this is still the same process that we've had since the beginning of the year. If you're unvaccinated, there are different requirements than if you're vaccinated. And if you're unvaccinated and asymptomatic versus vaccinated and symptomatic, like everything is a little bit different. But the most important thing is just as long as you're a part of the pool testing, it allows kids to come back, which is the most important part. So the biggest thing, so there's a lot of questions about why can't we sort of turn on the digital flow. So, at any given time, we would love to be able to float from remote learning back in order to help contain the spread. But I do want to point out that AB 130 is actually what guides remote learning. And so the biggest thing, and I'll just put it like this, even if we were to go to remote learning, we still would have to make up the school day if we were to close, right? And so that was taken out of everybody's hand and put in the hands of the legislature. And so whether or not they reverse that is a totally different conversation. But the point is like, it's actually out of everybody's control. So the most important thing, and as I stated earlier, I think this is a reaction about what occurred across the state, about the inconsistencies from district to district in terms of what kids were being offered. And then we do have the ISP program. It's not an option for short-term planned leaves. ISP, you have to have a 15-day commitment to go back and forth. And it's a completely different program that we actually do run. And so it is not a way to sort of, if I'm concerned about COVID, you can't go in there, but you have to commit to a very specific time, but we do have that in place. The board was clear, though, to provide, in the event that a family had concerns about COVID, that we should code it as a COVID and then excuse the actual absence and allow kids to make up the work. And so we do provide that option for individuals. And we do know that some parents have, especially right now, have taken us up on that offer to do that. And our teachers, as well as our staff, have been amazing with making sure that they provide the kids with as much work as possible when they can. So just a couple of things that sometimes I think we often forget, because we hear things from the FDA, CDC, California Department of Education, California Department of Public Health. We ultimately have to follow Santa Clara County Department of Public Health guidelines. That is who sort of drives it, and they work very close with Santa Clara County Office of Education. And every week I'm on a call discussing the things that are taking place on COVID. I also know that like this I believe you still have the opportunity to jump on a call weekly, or have they? Okay. So we at least have a weekly call. It's every Tuesday where we can ask questions and we can talk about, it's part of the reason why some of us asked about, sort of what the process was, and then also whether or not we could go back and forth distance learning. But Santa Clara County Department of Public Health is the one who helps develop that. They also are the ones who developed the mitigation strategies. And so we continue to work with Dr. Cody's team as well as Dr. Dewan's team to make sure that we're sort of staying in adherence with that. Outbreaks, which are determined classrooms and school closures, are really determined whether or not we can close by consultation both with Santa Clara County Department of Public Health as well as the Santa Clara County Office of Education. It is important to note that there is no longer a percentage that, sort of, if you hit 25% of a school, that has been eliminated. To be frank, the message is stay open no matter what. And so our leadership team at our recent meeting is working through a strategy like what is the bare minimum that we can function. Luckily for us, we have been fortunate. We are actually overstaffed when you take into account our coaches as well as our RTI program and the subs that we've hired. So we're really fortunate that we've been able to utilize those individuals. And then again, I have to commend our leadership team who has been real champs with, some schools have shut down their RTI and sent those teachers over to other sites to help keep things going. And so that's just a wonderful position that we've been in. And who would have ever thought when we started RTI that it would have benefited us in this particular fashion? But it definitely has helped. It doesn't mean that it, is saving us, but it does mean that it allows us to continue providing some type of education. And then luckily we continue to go out. I think we're 3 permanent subs short. So we continue to go out and try to bring as many people in as possible to fill these particular vacancies. And the last thing I would just say is that I understand that modified quarantine is uncomfortable and that nobody likes it. I also understand that nobody likes to get the notices. I can tell you our staff doesn't like sending them out. Unfortunately, we try to do it as quickly as possible. So there are instances where, like today, when I was over at Graham and we were testing, and again, like I'll just give kudos out to the staff at Graham. Teachers on their break were helping to round up kids with administrators, the SCEFs, the at-risk coordinators. Shelly and I were all over there. And everybody was getting the kids in line. The kids were champs. They all got tested. They went back to the classroom. And as soon as more kids were identified or tested positive, and these are things that are occurring outside, our team, Regina, Tara, was sending out letters to notify people that there's another round of testing that's going to occur tomorrow. And that just is a testament to the amount of work that everybody's doing to make sure this happens, right? And so it's really great to see us pulling together to try and keep everybody safe. But it is a large undertaking, and I know parents are uncomfortable with it, but it is just something that we're doing. We're trying to make the best out of the situation that we have, but it's better for us to know and have peace of mind as opposed to having to worry or just completely shut down. And so that sort of concludes it. Sort of, again, the point was just to give an overview and reaffirm these are the things that we're doing. Tomorrow, when I do the community check-in, I'll probably move a little bit slower as I talk about it, because I'm sure parents may have some more questions, because I know you all are somewhat privy to some information a little bit more than others.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Trustees, clarifying questions for Dr. Rudolph? Trustee Conley, you're nodding.
I do have, I have some questions about things that we could be doing and whether or not they're feasible or not. And just to give a kind of a reference framework, the way I've been thinking about this kind of like huge intractable problem of COVID is with the spheres of control, right? Like things that we have control over, things we can influence, and things that are outside of our control. Regarding vaccinations, like what we have control over is our vaccination for staff. We mandated that everyone get 2 shots. Can we add a mandate that everyone get boosted?
You can, we just have to work through the working conditions of what that looks like.
Okay. And then things we can influence around vaccinations. Do we have any more vaccine clinics that's scheduled coming up now that the booster has been authorized for children 12 and over?
Not that I know of, but that doesn't mean that somebody hasn't reached out. We just haven't. I think everybody's been overwhelmed with the enormity of starting back up, but it's definitely something I can pose to the county. And I know Shelley has been working has typically is the direct contact. So
Yeah.
we can definitely work with there, but Shelley, Tara, and I will be able to see if this is a possibility.
Regarding masking, we already require everyone in the district to be masked. Things we have control over, specifically with our adult teacher population and our staff population, might be, that is an area where if we wanted to, could we exert more rigorous standards around masking? So for example, Los Angeles Unified School District, because their county has done this, has moved to requiring all staff to wear medical grade masks. Contra Costa County is giving, I want to say it's like KN95s, every staff member gets one a week that they can use for the week. Is that something that's feasible for us that we could possibly do if the board is interested?
I would lean on the side of offering them as opposed to mandating them. I think so. When we actually required, and Tara, you feel free to jump in also. When we required unvaccinated staff to have them or offer them to them, only 2 people actually took us up on it. I think, you know, the N95s can be uncomfortable and at times. And so, like, you know, right now I have an in-room mask on, which is comfortable, but it's not, even though sometimes I may break out in the sweat, it's not as bad as when I'm wearing an N95, and it's a lot more comfortable. But I think offering will be a better solution as opposed to mandating. And Tara, feel free.
Sure, I was just going to say I completely agree that offering, I think, is the right way to go. And I find that most of our staff members really prefer to kind of pick and choose their own, you know, for the comfort and the fit and everything else. And like Dr. Rudolph said, we've offered, and very few people take us up on our masks, but we do have some for sure to offer folks.
And then more within our kind of things we can influence as opposed to necessarily things we can control, but masking of students, they are required to wear masks. My understanding is we have surgical masks available at the school sites for students who need them. Is that correct?
We do have masks that are available. I think we've probably seen a decrease in the number of masks that are used on a day-to-day basis, I think. But yes, we do offer. No principal wants to send anybody home in the event that somebody's not wearing a mask. So everybody is, you know, sort of found a way to offer something. And they tend to be the surgical masks that we offer. We don't provide the cloth masks just because, you know, the fitting is a little bit harder for those.
Are they children-sized surgical masks?
So that would be a Tara O'Brien question. I know we had them earlier, but Rebecca, you feel free to jump in too.
Yes, we do have children-sized masks, and we even have smaller ones for our preschool kids.
And then are they not just the ones that look like surgical masks, but ones that actually have the filtration of surgical masks?
Yeah, I mean, there's some right over there in the drawer. So they would be the surgical ones.
Okay, all right. Those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Trustee Chin?
Thank you. Questions about a little more to understand about the pool testing process. So when does it test positive in a pool and they need to go in to do the rapid testing, the antigen testing? Those antigen tests, do those belong to us or do they belong to Concentric? Like, do we have a current stock of rapid kits? Or and if we do, how many rapid kits do we have at the district right now?
There are two, Tara can dive in. There are 2 different types of rapid tests that we have. And we just ordered some more, but Tara, feel free.
Yeah, I just ordered more. Those do belong to us. We keep them, and then our Concentric nurses come out and help us utilize them. But I just put in an order for over 5,000 more that have just come. And we order them, as soon as we get down to, start using our supply, we reorder from the state.
Yeah, and so 5,000 an order, how many do we have right now on hand?
We've used quite a few this week, but we probably still have a good 4,000 in stock to use. And I'll reorder shortly.
Is this something that what's the turnaround for ordering? Is it like a month in advance or 2 weeks or a 1 week rollout for replenishing?
I try to order at least 3 weeks in advance so that the order form can go through and it can be shipped and we can restock.
The tests that the Concentric uses for the contact tracing, are those kits that can be sent home, or are they packaged in a way that they only can be used by the nurses?
They're packaged in a way that we can only use them at the school site. There's one vial that gets used for 40 different tests. And so we can't send those, we're not able to send them home.
And then if the pools come back, where there's let's say a lot of pools come back positive, how many pools can the nurses because I know that logistically, they have to get out to the kids and stuff like that. Like how many pools can we contact trace before the pool testing doesn't, we can't get to the kids in time?
We actually we can rapid test quite a few as soon as we get the results back, because what we do is we set up in a testing room and then we call the students. The students are only there for enough time to swab their noses and they're able to go back while we read the results. And so we actually can get through, we've not had a problem getting through all of our positive results in one period of time.
Even if, let's say, half the pools came back positive, would we be able to rapidly test half the districts without interfering with the school day?
We would. It requires a lot of staff members to go out, but yes, it's not uncommon to see Tara, Kathy, Shelley, Megan, myself, Swati, Jeff, Regina. People are always going out to sort of assist. The nurses are really instrumental in helping our district nurses as well as the Concentric nurses. So yes, it's possible. It just takes a Herculean effort.
Thank you.
Any other questions from trustees?
So I was looking at how many students have their Vax cards uploaded, and I seriously think that we have a lot more students that are vaccinated than have been uploaded. So I'm wondering, are there other options, or what are the alternative ways that parents can submit their vaccination cards for their students if they're sort of struggling or forgetting to take the 5 minutes to go on Power School? You have to log. It just takes a minute. So
our next step is to go through the actual care system to pull the vaccination records ourselves. Okay. The challenge is that we also use our nurses to help with testing. And then they have their regular duties that they actually do. So we're just adding an additional thing that we're asking them to do, but that's probably the next step that may be a little bit more reliable. But because, compared to our peers, we just happen to have a lot more cases, which requires a little bit more time, which is why we've been asking parents to upload the information. But, at this rate, in order to get as much information as possible, that may be the next step.
Okay, I'm just wondering have parents been allowed to snap a picture and email it to their teacher or principal or office? Is that an option for them?
If a parent has trouble, they can work with the office to actually upload the information, and all of our staff have been trained. You can't just snap it and send it into a teacher, though. Our teachers aren't trained to upload it. They would have to work with either the SCAF, at-risk coordinator, the administrator, or the clerks or secretaries.
Good question. Trustee Conley?
Piggybacking on that string of questions from Trustee Berman, the superintendent of the Los Altos School District mentioned that they were working with the state to actually get vaccination records. Is that true? And is that something that we can explore?
That's the care system that I was talking about.
Okay.
So it's a database that where nurses, so like if you wanted to see who's had their Tdap vaccination record, you could pull that or whooping call for.
So they're not getting a report from the state so much as they are individually going through and searching for each child.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
To extend the meeting for do we need to, if I don't know if this was the end time.
Gosh, I don't know. What is the rules when this is a separate meeting?
So the end time is 10, so
I make a motion to extend the meeting until 11 p.m. All right,
Let's do it earlier than that.
there is friendly amendment to that to 10:30.
How about 10:15? That gives us another half hour.
But we don't know about public comments and things like that. I always support at least 10:30. I mean, we don't know.
I do know that there are very few parents on this Zoom.
Very important issue.
Is there a second? Well, I thought he just voted to extend it to 10:30.
Oh, you mean, is that your motion to do?
I thought you just made that motion, Trustee Chang, after.
I asked if it was a friendly amendment to 10:30 instead of 11.
I'll second that, 10:30.
10:30.
Which one?
10:30.
So we have first Trustee.
If the motion fails, then we could vote on a different time.
Okay. All in favor of extending the meeting until 10:30? The motion carries. Trustee Conley, Chang, and Berman approved it, and the motion was made by Trustee Conley and seconded by Trustee Chang. Okay. Were there any other questions before I open it up to questions from members of the public? Are there any members of the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. Okay, seeing none. Comments, and I think I'm going to jump in first. I am very hopeful that we can work with whatever kind of grassroots organizations we have, PTAs, school site councils, ELACs, DLACs, to really encourage parents to get their children vaccinated. And if they have questions or concerns, to talk to their doctor about it, because that's what I really see as the most fundamental thing that we can do is get our population vaccinated. And I'm hopeful that, as Trustee Berman suggested, that maybe there are many more who have indeed had their children vaccinated and the district just doesn't have the information available. You know, that's great. But the numbers that we were seeing were really quite low. And, you know, parents, please, please, please. And I think we've tried as a district, as Dr. Rudolph pointed out, like Sunnyvale and Palo Alto and Los Altos all have higher vaccination rates. You know, those are the cities that immediately surround us. And I was about to jump on, like, well, I'm going to call the trustees. I know they're to see what they've done. But as Dr. Rudolph pointed out, none of them have offered vax clinics. We've offered vax clinics. We've got over 400 kids vaccinated over the holidays. And I'm really hopeful, as Trustee Conley suggested, that we can find a way to partner with the county to provide more of these vaccination clinics. But we also need to get people to come to them. And if it's not vaccination clinics, there are other places to go to get the children vaccinated. And I'm really just begging the community to, you know, help people get comfortable getting their kids vaccinated and actually getting them vaccinated. So who else would like to chime in? Trustee Berman.
I'll second all your points. So thank you for making them. I think I'll also add thank you to Dr. Rudolph and the district team for following the guidance of the experts. You know, our county health department and keeping our community safe and our teachers safe. And you know, I was reading that from the director of COVID response at UCSF that they sort of expect things to peak in about a week. And I'm surprised to see the Omicron numbers sort of a little bit lower than I would think that they would be. So, so maybe just having a, you know, relatively speaking, our county's we have high vaccination rates, so maybe that's helping keep the number lower. I think I'll just add that for parents, I'm just remembering, or for our community, that, cold symptoms right now aren't just a cold. It really could be COVID. So just being hyper vigilant about symptoms and testing students before, or kids before sending them off to school if there are some of those symptoms that show up, because they can take a little while. They can be a little deceiving. So I think just being hyper vigilant about it. So, but again, I just can't thank our district enough for going above and beyond. And I know that there's not a lot that we can do to get those results in faster. I mean, we're reading about this backlog across our country. So I think we just, keep our masks on and wear the right mask, wash our hands, and keep our distance, and hope that we can get those results in as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Other trustees with comments? Trustee Chang.
I thank you. I want to echo something what President Blakely said, and that was a favor I made to. I was really fortunate to be able to talk with two pediatricians who've been working directly with kids who have COVID, and they asked me to ask this, and I'm happy to ask this. And they were saying something similar to what President Blakely said about vaccinations. In Santa Clara County, 49% of kids 5 to 11 are still unvaccinated, and they said that I asked them, like, what's the thing school districts can do to help them, and these people, they're working hard. When I think about it, I get choked about how hard they're working, and they were begging for us school districts to help them get kids vaccinated in that 5 to 11, educating families, and the vaccination clinics, yes, and just whatever we can do to convince those families that or have relationships with us, trust schools, because we see them, doctors don't see them directly. They also said something that was really interesting about this Omicron, that like this may flash so quickly that schools don't really need to think about making big changes, because any big changes you think about making, it's going to flash through it before you even implement it. And they were saying, you just hold on tight, and it's going to go through. And I agree with Dr. Rudolph that, like, traditionally right now, West Coast kind of is always on the tail end of these things. So it's like, I don't think our flash is hit, but they said, just, don't panic, just write it out, because any big change you want to make, it won't happen in time. But there was something I thought about when I was hearing our presentation about the pool testing. If a lot of the pool tests come back positive, then we have to kind of individually test all the students anyway. So it'd be interesting to see that if we end up getting a lot of positive pool testing where we're having to go back and antigen test all the kids anyway, then during that flash, it may make more sense just to directly, for those times when there's such a high positive rate in the pools, to just skip the pool and go straight to the rapid testing, because it speeds up the turnaround. Because with the backlog now, and I was telling the colleagues up here, I've had my third COVID test because of a positive case in my classrooms and things like that, and then it was my day for my PCR test and my day for the board test, and there's so much backlog right now that if we find out that we're having to, because if we do the pool testing, and there's a turnaround for that, and then we have to go back and basically antigen test all of them because there's a bunch of positives in the pool, there is a quick shortcut to that of just use our antigen test and do that. But that said, I'm mindful of what those doctors said, don't make big changes, because it won't happen in time. And this is the last thing I just to think about is, does the district need equity policy on how we distribute medical equipment? I'm mindful of that I'm really glad we passed out those kits. I think a lot of parents are really appreciative, but I'm also mindful that a lot of families own a lot of kits, and a lot of other families have been desperate and can't afford them or don't have access to them. So I think that, it was a quick thing to do to get all the kids kits. But in the future, is there a more equitable way to get kits to the families who don't have them, whether it be tied to free reduced lunch, or whether just asking the families, please don't take a kit if you have a stockhold at home because you've been ordering them online, and let's save them for the families who don't have them. And it's the same with high efficiency masks. So when the county has suggested to us, which I'm so grateful for it, about encouraging families to use a high efficiency mask, a lot of families have no problem ordering those. A lot of families that's hard. It's hard to figure out which ones are counterfeit or not. It's hard to figure out where to even get them, children's size, KF94s or N95 or KF95. I think that we as a school district have the power to figure out, okay, what's a non-counterfeit mask? And at least can we provide those for families who can't afford them? So like, so I think a global policy would be in the future us not just handing out to everybody, but trying to figure out how do we just get the rare materials we have. And I think our first test will be coming up real soon. February break is not that far away, right? February 21st. And I think it'd be really great if we can get in the hands of all the kids who need them, the COVID test before they go on break. And I hope we don't give it to families who already have them, but I hope we can, all the families who need them, we give them those kits before February break. And hopefully we can give them tests to take home during, if there's a Omicron flash for those. So I just, that was, thanks.
Trustee Conley.
You know, I echo everyone's sentiments about all of it. Thanks for all of the hard work that's going on. I am incredibly thankful to be in Santa Clara County with what I consider to be a pretty competent public health department and County Office of Education as well, who are doing really good work to try and shepherd us through this. And Trustee Chang, I appreciate the kind of like, this is a flash, like this is going to go really fast, but it's still, I think, very frightening for a lot of parents and teachers and staff at the same time to experience that flash together. I'm wondering if there might be an opportunity, and this might be an outside of a boardroom conversation with MVEF directly around creative encouragement of vaccination. Let's do a matching donor drive where for every child that goes to get vaccinated, $100 is donated to MVEF. Or do you know what I'm saying? Like, can we make some we've been doing the vaccination clinics, but can we, maybe our PTAs can think creatively on our SCEFs and our team there around what are ways to really promote and celebrate and make getting vaccinated exciting for families who haven't done it yet. So there's an education piece, but there's also like a celebration piece that I think we could maybe try to creatively look at. And then I think, you know, we're living in a world where higher grade masks have been recommended regarding Omicron, but we are in the wild, wild west of medical grade masks out here. So there's N95s that are only rated for adults. There's KN95s and KF94s, and yet there's a lot of counterfeit masks online. There's a lot of fraud going on. Even public institutions don't necessarily know with KF94s and KN95s which ones are legitimate or not. And the resource that keeps being sent to me is a mechanical engineer who is making YouTube videos of tests he's doing in his bathroom. And that's like the most comprehensive research on mask viability that parents are sharing with each other. It's not peer-reviewed research. I'm not saying the mask nerd doesn't know what he's talking about, but like that's not something we can base public policy decisions on as someone doing tests in their bathroom. But I think it speaks to the level of anxiety that people are feeling, that's the resource. They're just trying to find information anywhere to try and help their children be safe. And so I am comforted by the things we have control over, by the ventilation that we have done in our classrooms, that we upgraded all of our AC systems, and we added HEPA filters as well as standalone filters. And we have kids eating outside, so we're not getting really bad exposure incidents inside. And I'm comforted by the pool testing, even though we're having to wait on those results to come in. And I want to remind parents, I know it was in the presentation, but we don't have control as a district over in-person learning or not in-person learning because the state legislature effectively removed that control. We can't just flip a switch and go to distance learning. Not saying that we would, but that's not something that we have actionable control over now. Instead, whether or not classrooms and schools stays open is really a county decision. The county public health department and Office of Education weighs in on what needs to happen. And so it's not, you know, I've heard people asking for different things around delaying times or going to distance learning and things, and that's outside of our control as our district. But the last thing I want to mention is our communication and our community around this. So what do we have control over? We have control over how we talk to our children, how we talk to each other, and how myself as a parent, how I talk to teachers and staff in the school district. And I think when people are really stressed and anxious, they forget the impact of some of their interactions with community members, and also the impact of their stress and anxiety on their children as well. And so the more that we can model for our children positive problem solving, being empathetic towards each other, having compassion and patience for all of the staff, as well as the children and families who are trying to get through this together, I think the better we are as a community. We don't have control over how people outside of our district behave, and we see lots of bad actors out there. But we do every day, you have control not only of your child's masking and you know, the precautions you're taking at home, but how you model getting through this experience in a calm and positive and compassionate way, especially when we're dealing with each other.
Agreed. I would also just say one other thing, your idea about like some kind of competition to, you know, donate or whatever. One other thought, I did attend the district's testing clinic on December 29th here in the district office. And I overheard one of the nurses at the clinic talking to a father who said, well, I don't have my kid vaccinated yet. And the nurse said, well, are you vaccinated, sir? And he said, well, I am, but don't have enough information about my child. And the nurse just kept coming back, have you talked to your doctor? You should talk to your doctor. Ask those questions to your doctor. I think your doctor will reassure you. And I am wondering, you know, this may be a school by school thing, but where schools have doctors who are parents in their student body or, you know, in their school. And I don't know, you know, if you're a dermatologist, you're probably not going to be talking about COVID testing, but if some of those generous parents might be willing to come to a principal's coffee or something and just sort of answer questions, if they have the right expertise, if they're comfortable doing that, that would be wonderful. And this sort of, you know, family by family, this is a you know, parent at my school and I trust them for people, because a lot of our families maybe don't have a regular doctor. So, you know, if there's ways to increase access to just questions, that might be helpful. So that's my last thought, but I truly appreciate everything the district has done. And really, you know, Tara and Kathy and Dr. Westover and people are just doing yeoman's work and helping get the word out and helping our families and children stay safe. And I applaud those efforts and I'm very grateful. So thank you. Oh, Trustee Wheeler.
Yeah, so before we end the meeting, I'd like to say something. So before you end it, tell me when I can say it.
I have nothing further to add this evening. Do any other trustees have any other comments they would like to make, Dr. Rudolph? Trustee Wheeler, you have the floor.
Okay, so I've been tired and depressed all day because it was 1 year ago today that was the insurrection at the Capitol, a historic event. And I actually wrote an email to a political commentator describing my day, because he asked, you know, will people write in and describe your day? And one of the things I said in my email was, you know, it was just horrifying for me to watch it all day on TV. And then I came to my school board meeting that night, and our superintendent made some comments giving some historic perspective of the day. And that helped, I think, calm me down, calmed a lot of people down, and helped us feel like we can get through it. And I want to say, you know, after being tired and depressed all day, coming to this school board meeting tonight and participating in this small town, small d democratic civic participation was very soothing. It was an excellent tonic. And I'd like to thank all of you, and, you know, let's carry on.
Thank you. Okay, at 10:07, the meeting of the Mountain View Wisman School District Board of Trustees is adjourned.